We will start momentarily in about 1 minute. So hang on, people. Okay, I want to welcome everyone to the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee for our first group of hearings this morning. We have a number of bills. We will not finish during the session, 11 to 12:30. We will pick up at 1:30. Hopefully we can keep this as efficient as possible. We will start with the sponsor, followed by the lead witness who has up to 5 minutes to speak, followed by subsequent witnesses who have up to 2.5 minutes to speak as well. Committee, let me just make a quick announcement. Today, the Budget and Tax Committee is taking up the HBCU bill. We are second on that issue, so we will have to take a vote on that bill as well. I want to announce that we will take up that one bill tomorrow after a full floor session. It is just one bill, but I wanted to give you at least a day's notice. Last year, our committee voted it unanimously. That being said, this morning we're going to start with Senate Bill 21, Senator Riley, followed by Senate Bill 62, Senator Hester and Elfreth, followed by Senator Lamb, and hopefully there'll be time, Senate Bill 319, again, Senator Hester and Elfreth. If we have more time before 12:30, we may take Senate Bill 70. Senate Bill 414 will be heard right at 1:30, and that will be followed, I believe, by 1:37. So we will, that's the preliminary order. Again, welcome the committee members, the people testifying today, and the public who is following on YouTube. So let's go to Senate Bill 21, Senator Riley, and he will be followed by witnesses Stephen Hyatt, Tim Larson, and the rest of the testimony is written, and on my sign-in sheet, there shows no opposition as of now. Senator Riley, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee and the public who's watching. Mr. Chairman, Tim Larson will not be testifying today, so you can remove him off your list. This Senate Bill 21 is riparian rights, prohibition on termination or impairment. So let me tell you the story. In my district, I have the Cape St. Clair community that has 9,000 homes and probably several miles of waterfront. The land between the mean high tide and the property line of those houses that front the bay is owned by and controlled by, contractually, the Cape St. Clair Community Association. No one is supposed to be able to build piers, decks, docks, or other improvements without the permission of the community association. In the real world, this is a case that was in the Capitol for several months. A property owner went to the Maryland Department of Environment, Anne Arundel County Department of Planning and Zoning, and received a permit to build a pier because there's nothing in the code that currently recognizes riparian rights. All of these rights actually have to be handled in a court action based on civil law, not the pre-existing conditions, but Steve Hyatt, the attorney, will tell you what that term means. So a property owner paid the money, did the engineering studies and the drawings, submitted to the MDE and the county and received the permits. He then went ahead and spent his hard-earned money to put in a pier. Cape St. Clair Association then had to hire an attorney to fight for their right to control the riparian land between the high water mark, mean high water mark, and the property owner's property. And they went to court and it was appealed. And at the end of the day, there was an agreement to remove the pier. And it wasn't done through the courts, but we were sure they would prevail. It was actually an out-of-court settlement. So think about what happened. A property owner paid fees to get the permits, paid to have the pier installed, paid an attorney to defend him in court. The community association paid money for attorneys. And at the end of the day, the property owner had to remove the pier. That's an awfully expensive way to protect the riparian rights that are controlled by associations. There are 16,000 community associations and organizations in the state of Maryland, and probably 400 or 500 have property that abuts the bay. Navigable waters is the term that's used. You think of Anne Arundel County and Baltimore County and all the counties on the Eastern Shore. When you have an association that has riparian rights, this is an issue. Not every association or community is willing to go to court to protect that right. But Cape St. Clair, with the attitude and the finances and the need to protect their waterfront, did exercise that right, but at a terrible expense for both of the parties involved. Now, my bill is a 4-line bill. It is very general in nature. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recommend at some point we take this bill and send it to the Environmental Subcommittee because it needs some work. There's no doubt about it. In your packet, you have 2 letters of information, one from the Critical Area Commission and the other from the Maryland Department of Environment, that indicates my 4-line bill has some problems. It's in conflict with current law. There's a general agreement something needs to be done to protect riparian rights and to avoid the expense and the litigation that goes on. Mr. Hyatt is going to suggest some amendments, which I fully endorse, to help clarify and to help fine-tune what we're trying to do. I'll allow him to explain his amendment. I'm very happy to take it if it's the committee's will. But this right now, as is in front of us, is not quite ready for prime time. I think, Mr. Chairman, you used that term. But I think it's an important issue that we need to move forward. This is a subject that is important and needs to be addressed at some point. If not this session, no later than next session. That's my comments on Senate Bill 21. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce Steve Hyatt.
Okay, let me point out and reiterate what Senator Riley said. There are some important written testimony, particularly the Critical Area Commission that he referred to, that I think bears heavily on this issue, as well as NPE. With that, Mr. Hyatt, welcome. You're up.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Pinsky, committee members. Senator Riley, appreciate the opportunity to work with you on this. It's definitely an important issue. Again, Stephen Hyatt, I'm an attorney in Annapolis, Hyatt and Weber, and my firm previously was involved in the litigation that brought about this legislation, and also the cross-file bill sponsored by Delegate Malone and Heather Bagnall, Delegate Bagnall's House Bill 160. Senator Riley gave a good summary of the issues, but I would suggest to you that the genesis of this legislation is the result of a different issue, a novel issue that, again, the courts didn't resolve. There was a settlement, so the courts didn't issue any type of ruling or opinion. And it has a much larger statewide impact because Maryland has nearly 8,000 miles of shoreline and associated riparian rights. And as you can tell from this issue, there's often complicated and controversial issues that have been litigated in the state going back to the late 18th century. Quick snapshot on the underlying facts. Yes, the community in Cape St. Clair owned the beachfront, and they reserved the riparian rights on that beachfront that separated the mean high water and the private lots that were created back in the 20s. That land eroded away. The beach is gone, a certain portion of it. And under the law of submergence, that land reverts back to state ownership. And now the mean high water line, which dictates who has riparian rights generally, falls on the private property of these several lots. And the question that still needs to be answered is, can an individual or a community association reserve what I will call future acquired riparian rights? In other words, by reserving riparian rights associated with land that no longer exists for any number of reasons, does that reservation follow with the movement of the mean high water line landward and so on, even if and when that the mean high water falls on privately owned property? Stated another way, does the owner of the land on which mean high water now sits have riparian rights or not? And generally, I would suggest to you that they do. Senate Bill 21 and these other similarly drafted bills, they don't answer this question and they don't prevent this issue from coming up. That said, as Senator Riley said, this is a good start and it definitely needs some work and attention. My amendment also needs some work and attention, but the objective there was to put owners of riparian property on notice that while the law typically presumes that they have riparian rights, there's a chance that those rights have somehow or otherwise been reserved or severed from the land and that they should look further into the matter. I'm happy to answer any questions. I appreciate your time this morning, but this is definitely an issue that needs time and attention. I think MDE and the critical areas input is very important, and Board of Public Works as well. The wetlands folks there, good people, they can definitely help tackle the issue. But riparian rights, it's not overly codified. A lot of common law that created a bunch of different tests and all of these factors that need to be considered. But this issue, before this bill can go forward, we need to determine who has the rights. And can you reserve rights that don't exist today in the future? I think this bill would be okay if the actual riparian rights themselves were more clearly defined. But as it stands right now, the bill it's got some flaws, as Senator Riley said.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman, I have a final comment.
I see, I'm sorry, Senator Riley?
I have a final comment.
Okay,
It's also interesting, Mr. Chairman, of many things that we discuss in the General Assembly. One of the mitigating issues is sea level rise. And as the sea level rises, it may actually cover the riparian rights property. And how should that be handled in terms of the bigger picture? So it's not a simple issue, and would recommend that we remand it back to a environmental subcommittee for a work group.
thank you. Senator Fry Hester has a question.
I do. Thank you to the senator from Anne Arundel County for bringing forward this really, really important bill. I do think that this is going to be increasingly important going forward. I did have an opportunity to listen to both the hearings in the House last night. I understand that there's actually two bills that deal with the same situation. And I was wondering if you could articulate the difference between both of those House bills, and also the difference in who is supporting each of those bills, because I think it could be relevant. And I ask that just because I'm curious, and I'd be happy to help if there is an environmental subcommittee work group. Very happy to help.
Thank you, Senator. I take it as a rule of the Riley office that I don't get involved with House bills unless they come our way. So I cannot tell you that my cross file with Delegate Malone, I know. The bill for Delegate Bagnall, I haven't looked at it. I have no idea what it's about. And I can't tell you who supported or opposed. That will be good discussion for a subcommittee, but I have no answer to you today.
Okay.
I have a question, Senator, for either you, Mr. Hyatt. I mean, I understand where the dock starts, being on firm ground, which is owned by the property owner.
Right.
But there are clearly going to be some pilings that are submerged. And it's my understanding submerged water is controlled by the state.
Yes.
So as long as one part of the pier is going to be in submerged area that's controlled by the state, I'm trying to understand the implications of this. It seems to me in every case, the state has authority and that it doesn't matter where it starts. And like you said, sea level rise continues to be a problem. Coastal land might be eaten up, but it just increases the amount of water. So it increases the number of pilings possibly for the dock, which again would fall under the state. So I'm just trying to understand how riparian rights fits with the role and responsibility of the state in terms of any submerged water, whether it be the ocean, the bay, or river.
So I'm going to give you my layman's evaluation of that question. I'll be happy to have Mr. Hyatt weigh.
Yeah, neither of us are attorneys, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. From the mean high tide out to the water, the state has complete control. But suppose the pilings start on a private property and the next set of pilings is in the state waters, but the dock would be over the top of riparian rights property. This riparian rights has the attitude of the community should have the benefit of being able to go back and forth, up and down the waterfront and not be impaired by piers, docks, boathouses, and things of that nature, even if the pilings aren't on the dirt controlled by the local association. So it's a impairment to the riparian right of use. I understand the pilings are not on riparian right, but the impairment of the dock for their common association use, I think, is the problem. Mr. Hyatt, how would you weigh in on that answer?
I think that's a fair summary. I mean, the state does control. I mean, they do consider already in their applications the impact that what they call wharfing out or an improvement into the waters of the state would have on surrounding property owners. So it is already a factor. I mean, it was brought up in this instance below. This is a pretty unique instance where the pier started on private property, and under normal circumstances, if there hadn't been any erosion or the Cape St. Clair property still existed, it would have crossed over Cape St. Clair property, community-owned property, and that's the property that had these rights associated with it. The private owner didn't have those rights until that land disappeared. So I would say that the state still controls. There's no question about that.
Right, and I think that's my point. Regardless of the internecine battle between the homeowner association and the owner, it's one project, and at some point it does enter the state water. So I think the state clearly has an interest in whichever way this is resolved. So, but I appreciate that. Further questions on Senator Riley's bill? Seeing none and no further witnesses, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Testifying. Okay, we will move to Senate Bill 62. That's Senator Hester, Emergency Management Chief Resilient Officer. The witnesses, former delegates, Steve Lafferty. Welcome, Mr. Lafferty. Good to see you. Also, Kelly Leo, Jim Bass, and Dave Namazi. And I believe the rest of the testimony, hold on, is written. And I do not see any opposition. So please acknowledge that. So Senator Fry Hester, please begin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'd like to start by reminding you that this bill passed the Senate unanimously last year and then was a victim of the COVID time crunch. As you know, I've had the honor of serving as the senator representing District 9, which includes Ellicott City. And like many communities in your own district, has suffered catastrophic flooding. But as a coastal state, beyond Ellicott City, we have a great deal of inland tributaries, and we as policymakers have just been talking about riparian rights. But we also need to be concerned about the implications of climate change and sea level rise across the entire state. This bill would create the position of a Chief Resilience Officer within the Maryland Emergency Management Agency. This person will be responsible for coordinating state and local agencies engaged in building resilience to risks related to climate change, as identified in the Maryland Hazard Mitigation Plan. They would also be responsible for leveraging funding streams and technical resources at the federal, state, and local levels to support Maryland resilience efforts. And I'd just like to make the point that this is incredibly important right now because the Federal Emergency Management Administration, FEMA, there is potentially a huge kind of investment in this area of resilience because the way they budget their money is in response to the prior year's expense on emergencies, which this year included, unfortunately, the COVID response. So there's up to $10 billion on the table across the United States for resilience efforts. The Chief Resilience Officer would also work with the Adaptation and Work Group of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change to coordinate the resilience strategy across the state agencies and update the resilience strategy for the state, which is long overdue. In addition, the Chief Resilience Officer would work with the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science to establish a baseline indicators, goals, and metrics to guide our resilience efforts and to produce an economic analysis of the state's resilience posture and plans. In addition, the Chief Resilience Officer would work with the Department of the Environment to review the state's flood insurance rate maps, which definitely need to be updated, and engage with stakeholders in the private sector in industries impacted by climate change. This bill, as introduced, also includes a requirement for the CRO to produce a report that would include an overview of the yearly activities as well as recommendations for a resilience office within MEMA. And given that this is a reintroduction of a bill from last year, you'll hear from me in a couple of weeks with an outline of how that office might look. In summary, the more capacity we have to coordinate these efforts, the more efficient Maryland's resilience will be as a whole, saving lives and livelihoods and reducing the cost of natural disasters in the process. And having this one individual who is responsible for and dedicated to the coordination of these complex and ambitious goals will allow Maryland to make every dollar and every minute we spend on resilience go as far as possible. For that reason, I respectfully request a favorable report from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Fry-Hester. Delegate Lafferty, former Delegate Lafferty, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee. I'm here to strongly support Senate Bill 62. I am currently the Director of Planning in Baltimore County, but previously served as the Chief Sustainability Officer. Maryland's facing a crisis unlike anyone we've seen. It's beyond COVID, but one can compare the threats that we see from climate change really to how we have to mobilize resources to attack the challenges that we will be seeing. We've seen hurricanes, severe snowstorms, and other natural threats, but none are quite as serious as what we are going to be facing due to climate change. This includes more severe weather events, increased temperatures, not only sea level rise, as Senator Riley commented upon, but also a lot of inland flooding that we've not yet had to grapple with. Yet we don't have the focus and coordination that's really necessary to adequately ensure that communities, businesses, and residents are resilient and are protected from these current and future challenges. Senate Bill 62 will help change that reality and really better ensure not only local and state agencies are working together, but also providing the overall strategies and resources that have been severely lacking to address the need for resilience for both private, personal, and public property. Establishing a new Chief Resilience Officer recognizes the need for such an overall strategy, and creating a point person, a leader really, who can best ensure that all agencies are working in the same direction, identifying the necessary resources and assets and attributes really that can be brought to bear and deployed to the maximum benefit possible for everybody. As I said, I was the former Chief Sustainability Officer in Baltimore County and led the creation of climate action plans. I realized that without a centralized approach, that the entire government is not really able to move forward. And I think that creating this officer demonstrates that the state is going to take this as seriously as it should be. It's an important tool for helping local governments, helping businesses, and helping communities get the resources that they have not yet had to date. And it's also important to recognize that the impacts are across the state, as the senator said. Whether it's farms that are experiencing saltwater intrusion, towns like Cambridge or Oxford or Havre de Grace or Baltimore that are along the water, along the bay, and are going to be facing sea level rise challenges, let alone Cape St. Clair. But also there's been an increasing amount of inland flooding as a result of the severe weather events, causing people to suffer and lose property when they thought they may have been, if you will, on high ground. And then there's also the challenges of increased temperature and how people who have no air conditioning, or those people who already suffer from or work outside where they may be exposed to higher temperatures, are also going to need greater resilience in order to address the changes that are coming. So I ask for a favorable report for Senate Bill 62, as I realize it's going to be of great value to local governments as well as to the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lafferty. Ms. Leo?
Hi there. Hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today in support of Senate Bill 62. Just for the record, I'm Kelly Leo, and I'm here representing the Nature Conservancy. I'm the director of our Maryland, DC Resilient Coast program. And this bill establishes a Chief Resilience Officer position within MEMA, as you all know, to coordinate state and local responses to climate impacts, increase our planning capacity, and bring private industries into the conversation, and generally just streamline and leverage funding opportunities to achieve resilience at scale. And I'm personally proud to say I moved to Maryland several years ago to continue working on resilience and adaptation, because Maryland has consistently been a really consistent leader in this space. And as such, a resilience officer would have a strong foundation to build from and would not need to reinvent the wheels, so to speak, just realign them or align them. So nearly a dozen other states and many more major cities across the US have already established similar positions as this. And these governments have chosen to take that initiative because they see the financial value and have also realized the effectiveness of a coordinated approach to resilience planning. So while we might not be the first on this particular issue to entertain this idea, we certainly have a strong peer learning network that we can lean on. And I know that recommendations for creating this position were shaped by extensive research into how other places have approached this, and then bespoke to Maryland, with MEMA being the ideal place to really embed this position. In my nearly 15-year career working with communities on coastal climate adaptation, I've seen firsthand the complexities of resilience and adaptation planning, how you really need to involve all of the stakeholders and sectors in society in developing solutions that are going to impact everybody. Adaptation and resilience are very complex, and I can't emphasize enough the need for this position to really break down the silos and work across agencies, departments, and sectors. And my program's work supporting the counties on the Lower Eastern Shore of Maryland has also really brought to light for me, particularly the consistent disadvantage that rural, less economically advantaged counties and municipalities have in accessing resilience funding. And we know that the impacts of sea level rise are not distributed evenly across the landscape. Maryland's eastern and lower shores are really ground zero for sea level rise impacts, with one of the highest localized rates of rise in the nation. And yet the small local governments frequently lack the match funding required, or even just the staffing capacity to support resilience efforts that they really so disproportionately need. So fortunately for us, though, at the federal level, FEMA is improving their funding streams for proactive pre-disaster mitigation, making the matching requirements for funding much more accessible to smaller communities. And by creating the Chief Resilience Officer in MEMA will improve Maryland's ability to access these funds that Senator Hester was referring to through increasing levels of coordination supporting local governments that are most at risk and most in need. And just wanted to conclude by saying that when I watch my toddler playing on the shores of the Chesapeake, I can't imagine explaining to him one day that the beaches that he loved so much as a kid are gone or unrecognizable because we couldn't get coordinated enough to take advantage of the resources that are actually out there. So we need someone at the helm who can coordinate us, and
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leo, for your testimony, and also for giving us Josh Kurtz to head up the CBF for Maryland. Josh was with the Nature Conservancy, so thank you for sharing.
Yes, we'll miss him.
Yeah. Let's go to Jim Bass, please.
Good morning, Senator Pinsky and members of the committee. My name is Jim Bass. I am the Coastal Resilience Program Manager at Eastern Shore Land Conservancy, and I'm here to support Senate Bill number 62. Maryland's Eastern Shore is the nation's third most vulnerable community to the impacts of sea level rise and coastal flooding. Yet we often do not receive the national media attention of coastal Louisiana or the financial assistance of urban Southeast Florida. These natural hazards, exacerbated by human-caused climate change, are growing worse every year. In my professional role, I have the opportunity to assist Eastern Shore communities in planning and preparing for these costly impacts. Excellent work in the field of climate resilience is currently being done by many state agencies, including the Department of Natural Resources, Department of the Environment, and the Department of Transportation. However, in order to provide the required levels of assistance to communities such as ours on the Eastern Shore, greater coordination among state agencies and increased level of collaboration between state and local partners is required. This bill will provide the coordination and collaboration, resulting in increased funding for communities across the state, expanded levels of public safety, and enhanced levels of environmental health in the face of climate change impacts. Thank you for your time, and I respectfully request your favorable report on this important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. We appreciate it. Mr. Mazzi.
Thank you, Chairman Pinsky and Vice Chair Kagan, and the members of the committee for allowing me, Dave Namazi, to provide this testimony on behalf of the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science. Unfortunately, global emissions of greenhouse gases are increasing, as are global temperatures. In fact, this past decade is the warmest on record. These projections are going in the wrong direction. Maryland is one of the most impacted states, as we've heard from the others testifying on this bill. Therefore, effective management of our environmental resources requires improvements in understanding vulnerability and risk. UMC scientists are developing holistic approaches to understanding how rivers, marshes, wetlands, shorelines, aquatic grasses, and beach vegetation can help stabilize our environment. The Chief Resiliency Officer appointed by MEMA will coordinate amongst many groups, including the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, MDE, particularly related to flood mapping, and the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, related to establishing a resiliency baseline and developing several economic, financial planning, investment projection reports. An unstable climate regime will impose new burdens on the state's planning and response capability, including a need for greater flexibility, greater interagency coordination, and greater ability to rapidly integrate new information and research findings. Therefore, the Chief Resiliency Officer coordinating role in developing various reports and tools is important for the state of Maryland in its efforts to plan for continued impacts due to climate change. Therefore, UMC supports SB 62 and seeks the committee's favorable report. Thank you for allowing me to provide this testimony again.
Thank you, Mr. Namazi. That concludes the favorable. As I mentioned, there was no opposition. Are there any questions for any of the panelists or the sponsor? Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This would be for the sponsor, Senator. As you know, we've had discussions about this before. I'm always a little leery of growing government, especially in the middle of a pandemic. So my question is there any way this could be addressed at MEMA without having to add an additional position?
So my understanding, Senator Gallion, is that they are currently doing much of this work. They're already working with the locals, but they are they could do more and need to do more. And with the increased, there's two things that are happening. One, we're seeing increased storms and sea level rise and flooding. And secondly, there's more money available to deal with these situations. So we just need, this unfortunately, I think is a time when we need to have more hands on deck in order to make sure that we have the money to address the growing problem.
Thank you.
Further questions for the sponsor, any of the witnesses? Seeing none, that completes the hearing on Senator Hester's bill. We will move to 319. Senator Hester, we're going to stay with you. Senator Lamb was called to JPR where he had one or two bills. So those of you who are here for 68, either we'll get to it when he gets back later in the morning session or the afternoon session. So Senator Hester, 319, I believe we have Eleanor Cowan, Jessica Coleman, Kelly Leo, and Jamal Lewis. And I think your lead witness will be Jessica Coleman. But let's start with you as sponsor.
Thank you once again, Chairman Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Senate Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs. For the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester, pleased to present Senate Bill 319, a simple bill that would expand financing options for property owners seeking to invest in environmental and health remediation or resilience projects. I don't know if any of us can remember all the way back to last year, but this is another bill that passed the Senate unanimously. And I think somebody actually asked me in the testimony, is this for real? It seems too good to be true. So just to refresh your memory, let's see, as state and local governments wrestle with the challenge of financing these resilient infrastructure improvements that would reduce the cost of disasters, our commercial property owners are also facing similar hurdles in financing improvements in their own properties. This is especially true in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, because of which commercially property owners have to mitigate those COVID-related risks. And whether you're looking to mitigate the risk of flooding or the risk or remediate mold and asbestos or upgrade your facilities with new HVAC equipment to mitigate COVID risks, there is a pressing need for financial tools to enable this wide array of important property improvements in an economically feasible manner. Senator Gallion, you'll be pleased to know that this bill has no fiscal note. The solution is the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy PACE program, also known as the Clean Energy Loan Program. Now, this is a financing mechanism that provides owners of commercial property with 100% of the upfront capital necessary to implement building upgrades that save energy and lower energy utilization. This program already exists. Unlike a traditional loan product, however, CPACE financing allows property owners to repay the cost of their asset upgrade through a lien on the property that transfers with the sale of the property. This lien is given priority over other liens on the property to ensure minimal risk on investment and is transferred with the sale of the property, enabling financial institutions to provide long-term, low-interest loans to commercial property owners at no cost to the state. Now, what Senate Bill 319 does is to expand the authority of this program. Environmental remediation projects, defined as projects intended to remove environmental or health hazards, which include asbestos, lead paint, mold, or other projects that promote indoor air and water quality. And resilience projects, defined as projects intended to increase the capacity of a property to withstand natural disasters and the effects of climate change. Additionally, the bill expands the flexibility of the program by allowing this financing mechanism to be used for the purposes of refinancing existing projects that fall under the scope of the program. Today, I want to share with you 3 reasons you should vote for this legislation. First, as we've discussed, the intensity and frequency of severe weather events is increasing. Second, this expansion can be achieved with no additional state or local expenditure. And third, PACE Financing Services has stated that it is their intent to work with the localities to update their ordinances to match the provisions of this legislation. Therefore, the implementation of this legislation will not require any additional non-monetary state or local revenues. In summary, this legislation provides us with a rare opportunity to provide substantial additional benefits at no cost to the state or localities. And for that reason, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 319.
Thank you, Senator Fry Hester. Let's go with Jessica Coleman next, I believe.
Good morning. Yes, my name's Jessica Coleman. I'm the Senior Manager of Programs for PACE Financial Servicing, also known as PFS. Thank you so much for having me speak to you today. The Maryland PACE program is sponsored by the Maryland Clean Energy Center and administered in partnership by my firm, PFS. And if I can very briefly establish our credentials, we advise state and local governments on PACE programs across the country. We're one of the leading experts on PACE. In addition to working with Maryland, we currently work with partners in Virginia, Alaska, and Oklahoma, but our partnership with MCEC here in the state of Maryland is our longest standing business relationship. The Maryland PACE program has been active since 2015, and currently 18 jurisdictions across the state, that's counties plus the city of Baltimore, benefit from a CPACE program that they have enabled through local ordinance. As Senator Hester mentioned, this program is offered at no cost to either state or local governments. To date, there are 47 properties that have benefited from financing provided by this program, which totals over $44.3 million of CPACE financing alone that has been deployed against across the state. I'm pleased to share that a good proportion of that comes from last year, which was our successful year in the program to date. These properties range from warehouses to hotels, office buildings, religious institutions, and farms. The projects range in size from $100,000 to over $8 million of PACE financing, and our average project size for the program is $950,000. Our goal for 2021 is to deploy $30 million of CPACE financing across the state, and this bill would significantly help us achieve that. Several states in the country already have expanded their CPACE programs, which have been traditionally used to finance energy efficiency related improvements, to resiliency related and similar improvements as well, including our neighbor just to the south of Virginia with a focus on their coastal shoreline. Adding resiliency, environmental remediation measures, and improvement, allowing PACE to finance improvements related to air quality measures in the building will put Maryland at the forefront of the PACE industry, but much more importantly, it will help us facilitate the investment of private capital in improving both our local environment and our local economy. So I respectfully request not just your favorable, but your enthusiastic support of Senate Bill 0319, and I remain available to answer any questions you have about the program or the legislation, both today and in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. I'm not sure enthusiastic is one of the categories. It's usually favorable or unfavorable, but we appreciate your enthusiasm. That being said, let's go to Eleanor Cowan.
Great, thank you so much. And good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ellie Cowan. I am the Director of Advocacy at Preservation Maryland, and we are the statewide historic preservation organization. And I'm here today on behalf of our staff, board of directors, and thousands of statewide supporters to offer our strong support of Senate Bill 319, which would expand the definition of what qualifies for the PACE financing program to include those environmental remediation and resiliency projects, both of which are essential to maintaining Maryland's historic built environment for future generations. For Maryland, the impact of increasingly volatile climate and changing weather patterns presents real and dramatic challenges for communities across the state, especially historic communities, which are often located in vulnerable locations. And Preservation Maryland has supported and engaged in conversations focused on increasing resiliency of historic resources from historic Ellicott City after recent flooding events to Dorchester County, where historic resources are already being lost to sea level rise. While certain incentive programs already exist to help rebuild after a flood, something more is needed to help Maryland's oldest communities prepare their built environment before a natural disaster or the results of climate change. So we believe that a proactive approach of making buildings more resilient should be encouraged, and Senate Bill 319 would help accomplish that at no additional cost to the state. Another issue that many historic properties face is the need for environmental remediation, such as lead paint abatement, asbestos abatement, and Senate Bill 319 would help incentivize private investment in making those upgrades to historic buildings. A recently released study on the reuse of historic government complexes in Maryland actually recommended utilizing a PACE program to help finance such remediation projects. So, those who take on the rehabilitation of historic properties already face the difficulties of increased project costs, with environmental remediation often being a large financial burden. So having this tool in the rehab toolkit would be really essential to encouraging private investment in taking on these types of projects that really can be catalysts for whole communities. I mean, it's even been shown that historic rehabilitation projects can help increase property values by 25%. It's a proven job creator. It's also the greenest building is the one that's already built. So it's an environmentally friendly industry as well. And as we look to encourage economic recovery in the face of COVID, encouraging that private investment in these types of projects is something that I think that we should do everything that we can. So the opportunity. Yep, that's it. That's my time. All right. Well, in sum, I just really urge you to return a favorable report on this bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cowan. Ms. Leo, back to you.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you all again this morning, now in support of Senate Bill 319. Again, for the record, my name is Kelly Leo. I'm here representing the Nature Conservancy in Maryland, and I'll be a little bit more concise this time. Put simply, Senate Bill 319 expands on the existing Property Assessed Clean Energy Program by allowing property owners to finance or refinance projects that remediate environmental and human health risks and or improve the resilience of their properties. Right now, resilience and remediation projects can be funded through grants or private financing, which often require the property owner to pay upfront or repay financing over a shorter time frame. So the majority of adaptation financing is really targeted to the public sector, but we know from the tragedy of the Commons tale that we each have an important role to play in making a collaborative effort to address climate change. This program, the expansion of this program opens up the door to our frontline businesses who are already experiencing the economic and safety impacts related to climate change and allows them the freedom to pursue a wide variety of resilience and remediation related approaches to protecting their own assets. I have good friends back in New York who never reopened their coastal businesses after Hurricane Sandy, and I wonder if they had access to a program like this, then perhaps their livelihoods could have weathered the storm. At least they would have had options. And in the face of climate change, we need as many options as possible. So expanding the PACE program creates new resources and improves flexibility for property owners and businesses without increasing the state or county general fund expenditures. And for these reasons, the Nature Conservancy urges a favorable report on Senate Bill 319. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Ms. Leo. How about Jamal Lewis? Mr. Lewis?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chairman, and members of the committee for allowing me to speak here. I'm Jamal Lewis. I'm a senior policy specialist at the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, which is a nonprofit organization based out of Baltimore, Maryland, that is dedicated to promoting health and social equity through healthy, safe, and energy efficient housing. And while I won't repeat what has been said prior, I would just like to point out that clean energy projects and energy efficiency can have a plethora of benefits, both to occupants, to the community, and to the state. And those benefits include improved air quality, reduced energy bills, job creation, and a whole host of other benefits. There are a lot of households, a lot of Marylanders who currently are unable to access the full breadth of benefits that can result from clean energy projects and energy efficiency projects. And I just like to point out one reason why. A lot of limited income Marylanders and renters in Maryland are unable to access these benefits because of the presence of health and safety issues or other environmental hazards that are present in their home, which often lead an energy efficiency or clean energy project to be deferred or unable to be completed. We completed a study funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that found that of the publicly funded energy efficiency programs, up to 66% of those projects are deferred because of the presence of health and safety. So we're really excited about Senate Bill 319 because it opens up a pathway for additional resources to be poured into environmental remediation projects such as lead paint remediation, mold remediation, asbestos remediation, which are common causes of deferring these types of projects. So we're really excited about this bill, and we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 319.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. That is the end of our witnesses. There is no opposition. Are there any questions from the committee for the sponsor or the witnesses? Senator Carrozza.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the bill sponsor. I saw that the Maryland Energy Administration had a position with favorable with amendments, and I was just trying to better understand those amendments.
Yes, I have actually, my office has spoken with their office, and it is indeed favorable with amendments. It's quite a large amendment, which I am supportive of, but I would rather have them explain it, which I believe they'll do when they testify.
I don't believe they signed up to testify. If so, it's written only. So there can be side conversations before we take it up for a vote. So Senator Cruz, I would just recommend you call MEA and meet with them.
Yeah, and I'm happy to walk you through it. I just don't have all the details on the top of my head right now.
Okay, understood. Okay, that concludes the hearing on Senator Freyhester's bill. We're going to go to SB 70, Senator Patterson. It's a fairly substantial bill with a lot of witnesses. It may take us past 12:30. I hate to interrupt it and have people have to wait for our break. So hopefully we can be succinct in the testimony. We have a number of bills from budget and tax folks, but they are voting. They're in a voting session on HBCU and the relief package. So they're asking for them to be taken after our afternoon break. So with that being said, Senator Patterson, 70, this is on mold inspections. He'll be followed by Lisa Sarro, Jamal Lewis, Matt Losick, and Zavar Shah. And then we have a couple people favorable with amendments, Linnell Fall and Justin Fiore. And then we have 4 unfavorables, Aaron Greenfield, Lisa May, Kenneth Welsh, and Alex Butler. That being said, Senator Patterson, you're up. Senator Patterson.
Okay, I see him in there. I'm not sure.
Okay. Senator Patterson, Senate Bill 70, you're up. I've introduced the bill. So
Thank
you're
you.
ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't realize I was going to come up quite so soon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to submit and introduce Senate Bill 70. Senate Bill 70 will set standards for the state of Maryland regarding testing, had to run down here, treatment modes in public buildings. We know that mold exposure has consequences to the mind and body. And as of this day, Maryland does not have a process to routinely test or treat its building infrastructures, which may be carriers of many types of fungus. Specifically, this bill will seek to establish a particular set of standards regarding identification of molds and treatment, establishment and best practices of property and property. I'm sorry about this. If you really caught me unprepared. Testing, establishing properties and develop costs associated with such testing. We believe, Mr. Chair, that this type of legislation is long overdue. We understand that it's quite extensive and perhaps will require some modification before we decide to take it up for a vote. There are many recommendations, but I would like to recommend that these amendments rather be referred to the Environmental Committee for further analysis and perhaps discussion and getting this bill to the point that I think we might be able to vote on it. With that, we thank you, and we do hope once this bill is taken up, hopefully with the Environmental Committee, it will come back to the full committee with a favorable vote to move this bill forward. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. And it looks like the committee is trying to put the environmental subcommittee to work. That's the presentation we've had today.
Thank you.
And I believe that Senator Land, who is actually in another committee, so if he's the last one out of the room, you elect him to take the responsibility. Okay, let's, Lisa Sarah, your first witness. Ms. Sarah, you need to unmute.
Russian.
Well, we can come back to you if you'd like. Okay, let's go with Mr. Lewis, and we'll come back to Ms. Sarah.
So Mr. Chair, Matt Lasac, he's available. I think he was a proponent on this bill, another proponent.
Well, yeah, so is Mr. Lewis. Is he available or is he left?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, why don't you go?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. And thank you, Senator Patterson, for introducing this important bill. As I mentioned earlier, I'm Jamal Lewis, a senior policy specialist with the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. And as a part of the work that we do, we actually administer a number of grants that enable us to do home improvement work for limited income Marylanders. And some of those grants include lead grants from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, energy grants from the Maryland Energy Administration. And when we are in homes, one of the things that we commonly see is the presence of mold. And that is one of the most pervasive issues that we face here in Maryland. And not only is it an issue, but this issue can be exacerbated by the presence of someone living in the home that has asthma. In Maryland, there are over 600,000 people with asthma, and because mold is an asthma trigger, that means that the over 600,000 people with asthma are more susceptible to experiencing asthma attacks that cause them to end up in the hospital or emergency room, and can ultimately cause the state of Maryland a lot of money as a result through things like Medicaid and other health insurance. This is a really important issue, and we're excited that Senator Patterson introduced this bill because mold is something that we have to address. As I mentioned in my previous testimony, not only is it a health issue, but the presence of mold can also prevent households from accessing other programs that can significantly benefit from, such as energy programs that can reduce their energy bills and ultimately reduce the footprint on Maryland's environment. So we're excited about this bill, and we urge a favorable report from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Sarro, if you unmute, do you think you're ready?
Yes, I apologize. I had two computers going.
Not necessary.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of House Bill 129. This bill would help renters in Maryland help themselves to make healthy housing for their families. My name is Lisa Sarro, as you mentioned. I'm currently House Counsel for ACDS, Arundel Community Development Services, the nonprofit housing and development agency for Anne Arundel County. Prior to that, I spent many years as a legal services attorney representing housing residents in rental properties. What this bill would do is allow renters realistic access to the rent escrow program or rent escrow process in court. So currently what happens when a renter wants to go to court to try and push a landlord to make their home healthier, they go to court and file a rent escrow action. They put their money into the court rent escrow account, and then they get a hearing to establish for the judge that their conditions are unhealthy. To maintain that case, though, you have to establish that the conditions you're complaining of relate to a health and safety violation, basically. Because there's no standards, judges are very inconsistent in whether they even allow individuals to raise rent in a rent or raise mold as a condition that's subject to rent escrow cases. So many residents don't get their cases heard through the rent escrow process. So you may hear folks saying, but there's a rent escrow process. They can, renters can get their properties fixed by going through rent escrow. It is not a realistic option, because if they can't even get past that initial hurdle where they have to prove the condition is unhealthy, they then have to prove that it's causing a health problem. And that generally takes an expert both on health, and then you need a mold expert to testify that the mold is there and it's bad enough to cause health problems. That does not work. That doesn't work for tenants in the best of circumstances. It certainly doesn't work for low-income residents. So what this bill would do is it would allow them access to the court if the landlord had not followed the process to ensure that the property is safe and habitable. If they don't follow the process, then the tenant is able to have their day in court, whereas they wouldn't otherwise. And then with the proper standards in place, uniform standards, it would make it easier for both a judge, the tenant, and the landlord to know whether that property is safe and habitable, and whether the landlord needs to do work, or from the tenant side, if the landlord's done what they're supposed to do, if they've done enough and the property is safe. So we really believe that this bill would help in that respect. So I'm coming at it from a little bit of a different angle than just the unhealthiness of mold. You're going to hear a lot about that, but more from the tenant empowerment side of things, and also the landlord side of things, because they know what they have to do. They know the standards they have to meet. So we would urge a favorable report on this bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sarro. We're going to go to Matt Losick, followed by Zafar Shah. Mr. Losick, if you're here, could you unmute?
I don't see him in there, Senator.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Senator Patton, may I I forgot when I was rushing to get through my presentation here, that I wanted to inform the committee that this is one of the recommendations that came from the Senate President Work Group on Equity and Inclusion. So I want to recommend making sure that that was also made a part of this bill submission. Thank you.
Okay. How about
Mr. Chairman?
Whoa, one moment. Zafar Shah, is Mr. Shah here or Ms. Shah?
I am here, Mr. Chairman.
Please, why don't you proceed, sir?
Thank you, Chairman Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Zafar Shah, an attorney in the Human Right to Housing program at the Public Justice Center. We are a nonprofit legal services organization that provides legal advice and representation to hundreds of renters across the state. And I've submitted written testimony on behalf of the Renters United Maryland Coalition of over 30 advocacy and grassroots organizations, and we support Senate Bill 70. This bill does a few very important things that should not be overlooked. First of all, it creates a definition of what a mold hazard is. Maryland does not have a definition of mold hazard, and as Ms. Sarro was suggesting, that has ramifications that ultimately hurt tenants in their ability to achieve remedies for mold in the home. So this bill defines a hazard of mold. It defines what types of mold are hazards, and it calls on the state, the MDE, Department of Health, Department of Housing and Community Development to create standards for all local governments to apply on what is the standard for abatement of mold, remediation standards, what is safe, what is not safe. Ultimately, these standards are not about semantics or red tape. They're about keeping people in their homes safe and even workers safe. Let me also just share the words of one of my clients to put this in perspective about the importance of connecting standards to private remedies. My client wrote to me last year saying, "My coughing and congestion at home are so persistent, I only really notice them when I've been gone for a few days. I'm in a nightmare right now. I'm living out of boxes so that the mold doesn't spread to my belongings. I can't keep food in my cabinets because it's getting contaminated. I can't have my granddaughter over because I'm afraid she'll get sick. My doctor told me I have to move. I've been urging my landlord to do something about this for more than a year." Now, this client was relying on code enforcement inspection in relation to her rent escrow case. So she was tackling this from the local code enforcement agency perspective, as well as her own private litigation perspective. The code enforcement inspector came to the property and reported violations for what the city called possible mold. Not mold, but possible mold. And my client asked, if it looks like mold and smells like mold, it makes you sick like mold, why isn't it reported as mold in this code enforcement violation report? This renter needed the evidence of this third party, this neutral party, as evidence in her escrow action against the landlord so that she can enforce through an escrow habitability provisions of law. But because the local housing agency lacked any regulatory framework for inspecting or testing or defining mold as a hazard, my client really had no basis to compel a specific kind of mold remediation. And so what that leaves her vulnerable to, and countless other Maryland renters, is that if a landlord simply paints over the mold, there is no longer a violation of a housing code. And therefore, the renter's legal action to compel remediation through escrow is ultimately a failure. And so this sequence of problems plays out across the state. We really have to fix our public policy, which is right now, if it's out of sight, it's out of mind. This is hurting far too many people, children especially. It's a costly failure that the committee really ought to address in Senate Bill 70. So we urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
we're going to get a favorable with amendments, then take questions. There are 2 favorable with amendments, and I don't know how similar they are in terms of support. So we're going to go to Linnell Fall, favorable with amendments, followed by, I think, Mr. Fiore. Then we'll take questions, then we'll go, there are 4 witnesses signed up unfavorable. Linnell Fall.
Good afternoon, Senator Patterson, Chair, and all members. My name is Linnell Fall. I'm a member of the PPC, but I want to talk about my grandchildren that were diagnosed with RSV, Isabella, Isaac, and Joy at 3 months old. Joy is 4. 3 months later, they were all diagnosed with asthma. I'm sorry. One afternoon, Isaac took his nap. Isaac did not wake up. He was blue, unresponsive, breathing flat, no movement, limp, eyes fixed. My daughter's an RN, registered nurse at LifeBridge. She immediately went into action. I called 911, prepared the nebulizer, did what I could. She administered CPR. 911 again was called, the EMT came. They were able to get a heartbeat. Isaac was bleeding from his lungs. He was incubated for 5 days at Johns Hopkins ICU. 3 days later, his twin sister, Isaac is a twin, they were 5 months old. Isabella had to be rushed to GBMC. She was admitted for pneumonia. A couple of days later, the 4-year-old was also admitted for pneumonia. This was a mold issue in this house. Isaac returned home later, had 2 visiting nurses that came to visit him and to administer care. They also became sick in the home and needed assistance and a medical treatment. My daughter and her husband were able to receive the mold paperwork and just submitted it to their landlord. And in 15 days, they moved out of that house. They had the means. And I have to say, 30 days later, another family was in that house. No regulation, no nothing. I mean, another parent and 10 children are in that house now. I don't know what's going on in that house, but I know my grandson almost died, but thank you. Thank you for hearing my testimony. And I really support
Ms. Fall, did you
Yes.
have an amendment that you wanted to change the bill with? You're signed up as favorable with amendment. Did you have an amendment?
No, that was an error. That was an
Okay.
error, sir.
Thank you
Okay.
for your testimony, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fiore?
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Justin Fiore, and I'm a Government Relations Director with Maryland Municipal League. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 70. You have our written testimony. I'll just add here that MML is really happy to help move the state forward on a mold-free rental environment. The framework we're asking for through an amendment is one that takes advantage of the current rental inspection schedules and complaint processes that are already underway in municipalities. I know Delegate Henson is working on sponsor amendments to this effect, and we'd be happy to work with Senator Patterson and this committee as you see fit. Thank you again for your time. I'm here for questions.
Thank you for your conciseness. Questions from the committee for any of the witnesses, favorable or favorable with amendment? Seeing none, we'll go to opposition. We'll start with Aaron Greenfield, followed by Lisa May, followed by Kenneth Welsh, followed by Alex Butler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Aaron Greenfield, I'm here on behalf of the Maryland.
Aaron, start over. We lost you for a second or two.
Okay, my apologies. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Aaron Greenfield. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association in opposition to Senate Bill 70. Our concerns are threefold, and I'll be as brief as possible. First, mold can be found almost anywhere. It can grow virtually on any substance, providing moisture is present. There is no practical way to eliminate all mold and mold spores. Secondly, in our experience, Tenants do, in fact, have the right to utilize the health department for mold-related complaints, as well as, in fact, a rent escrow action can be undertaken, and local code enforcement officers can also issue citations, inspect, and in fact, reinspect. And lastly, probably most importantly, Senate Bill 70 neglects to account for a tenant's role in actually causing the mold. Yes, a tenant can be found, mold can be found due to a tenant's failure to notify the landlord of a leak, or a tenant could fail to properly ventilate the bathroom during and after showering, for example, and mold can grow on the walls and the ceiling. This is a widespread problem. It's not an easy solution, and for those reasons, we respectfully request an unfavorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Greenfield. Next, we'll go to Ms. May.
Thank you, Senator and members of the committee. Lisa May speaking on behalf of the Maryland Realtors in opposition. As representatives of rental property owners and the managers of rental properties, we have significant concerns with this bill. It would require that 700,000 rental mold inspections be completed each and every year throughout the state, along with a system to review and track those inspections. As the fiscal note states, the cost of that will be significant, and it is our belief that that will be passed on in the form of higher rents for Maryland tenants. This bill also contains a meaningful change to the current retaliatory eviction procedures. The current standard is a justified claim or actual harm to a tenant. Under the language of this bill, that would be triggered just by a failure to complete a mold inspection. The current lease requires both landlords and tenants to maintain the rental unit to prevent mold. And what's more, landlords have a very strong financial incentive to maintain their units free of mold. As mentioned, there is the rent escrow provisions, but also just the cost of mold remediation versus maintenance is tens of thousands of dollars. So for those reasons, we must respectfully ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you, Ms. May. Let's go to Mr. Welsh.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinsky, Madam Vice Chair, members of committee. My name is Kenny Welch. I'm the current president with the Maryland Conference of Environmental Health Directors. The conference represents the local environmental health programs who may be required to perform annual inspections under this proposed bill. Should the local health departments be expected to carry out these inspection activities, they would need adequate resources. Already understaffed and underfunded health departments struggle to meet the current mandates. Third-party inspections would also require additional resources for tracking and enforcement. As current investigation compliance are performed as warranted with complaints, without additional funding, the annual inspections will be unattainable and otherwise will not resolve the issue. While we appreciate the bill for making Maryland a healthier community, we respectfully request the committee give Senate Bill 70 an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Alex Butler.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Alex Butler, representing the Maryland Association of Counties, here opposed to Senate Bill 70 as written. MACO is opposed to the bill as written because it would have required local jurisdictions to proactively and annually inspect all rental dwellings within their jurisdiction for mold. We understand that that provision is being struck with an amendment in the House, and we encourage a similar outcome in the Senate. I look forward to working with the committee, the sponsor, and our partners in local government to make sure that we make real progress on mold this session while limiting the burden on local jurisdictions. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll end my testimony. Thank you.
Okay, let's take questions from the committee for the opponents. Well, let me start off. Mr. Butler, I don't know what that amendment does in the House. We have responsibility for Senate bills, and we're not always up on the House bills. Can you briefly tell us what it is? And secondly, could you tell us whether you support the bill with that amendment?
So we're working on a general framework that was actually described by Mr. Fiore of MML. So right now, the bill says local jurisdictions have to conduct an annual inspection in every single unit. we are removing that provision from the bill. We're looking at separate language that would empower local jurisdiction building code enforcers to, if they're in a unit and they see mold, if it's not properly addressed and if it's not addressed to the satisfaction in the livability code, then they could empower those code enforcement inspectors to go ahead and require the property owner to do testing and remediation. So it removes the requirement that local jurisdictions go out and proactively do these inspections on their own. And we're working with a framework along those lines.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Questions, committee? Questions for any of the opponents? We will take, obviously there is some activity going on with MACO and others. We'll hear, I'm sure, from the sponsor offline. Seeing no further questions, that concludes the hearing on Senate.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Mr. Sack, he is about to log in. He's a proponent. Apparently he didn't receive the link. If you.
Yeah, it was my understanding he meant for written only.
Yeah.
If he's on, we will take him very briefly. Senator Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the opponents while we're waiting on Mr. Losack. Mr. Greenfield and Ms. May, you heard the story that we just heard from Ms. Fall. How would you speak to that? Is there an answer between a little bit of mold in the shower that probably most of us have in our showers and something that is causing her grandchildren to go to the hospital with bleeding lungs?
I don't know, Senator, if you'd like me to start, I'd be happy to. I do feel terrible for Ms. Fall. That is an awful story and one that should not happen to her family. But again, I think this issue is a little more nuanced in that the source and the cause of the mold is incredibly important here, and the bill doesn't capture that. So while I feel terrible for her, and I think, as I said in the House hearing, there ought to be more education out there to residents on mold issues and how to address it and how to get them remediated. This bill doesn't do that.
Is there an amendment that will make it more acceptable? Or is this just not even the framework that you could use?
Yeah, at this point, our legislative committee was of the opinion that the framework just is not workable given the nuance involved in mold.
Ms. May, is there anything you would add?
Certainly, I believe that the situation.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Okay.
I believe that the situations that were described in the favorable testimony, in our view, would already be very clear violations of the lease agreement between the tenant and the landlord. And certainly, if the tenant promptly notified the landlord of the presence of mold as they're required under the lease, and the landlord failed to take action, then that is a violation. And then there certainly should be action in response to that. Our committee also has not discussed anything beyond the framework of the current bill, though I'm certain that there could certainly be amendments that we would be happy to discuss that may make it more acceptable.
Thank you, Ms. May.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Losack has joined us. The extra question gave him time to get on. So, Mr. Losack, we're generally not doing this, but we will allow you to take a couple of minutes to speak to your favorable support for Senate Bill 70.
Thank you very much, Senator, and my apologies for the technological confusion. We're in COVID-19 times, and unfortunately, it's affecting all of us. Good afternoon. My name is Matt Losack. I'm Executive Director and co-founder of the Montgomery County Renters Alliance. We represent more than 30 nonprofit, civic, political, labor, and religious organizations. And we are also a co-founder of Renters United Maryland. The Renters Alliance is in favor of SB 70, mold remediation, and we thank Delegate Henson and Senator Obie Patterson for their leadership in this bill. The Renters Alliance, with increasing regularity, hears from tenants about mold complaints. These complaints include mold growing across walls, in bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchens, and family rooms. Renters are often ask landlords and property managers for assistance only to find their complaints are ignored or mold remediation amounting to painting over the mold as it grows back. In one community we work with, the mold was so bad that the local elementary school noted that most of the children living in that apartment complex were suffering from asthma exacerbated by mold exposure and unable to play sports. In another building, the constant dampness due to pipe leaks and poor heating and ventilation systems was so bad that mushrooms sprouted in the hallways and climbed the wall, and mold climbed the walls in the apartments. There's photographs in my testimony. In senior buildings where mold infestations frequently go unabated, residents complain of wheezing, headaches, skin irritation, watering eyes, and constant cough. Mold is a growing health hazard for renters, and its abatement and control must be required by law with no less mandate than how we require the extermination of rats and vermin. As we continue to see a rise in damp weather from rising temperatures, as well as from apartment communities with leaking pipes and poor maintenance, renters are increasingly vulnerable to mold infestations. We strongly favor this groundbreaking but long overdue legislation. Thank you very much, Senator Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Losack, and you should thank the Vice Chair as well.
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 70. It also brings us close to our midday break. We will resume at 1:30, and we will take Senate Bill 414 and the three bills from budget and tax sponsors, as well as our own Senator Lamb, who hopefully will be done in JPR by then. So we are recessed until 1:30. Please take a break and get some lunch. Thank everyone for following us.
Hey. Hey, did you get it?
Yeah, I didn't open it yet.
Let me see, let me see. Open plastic. Open it up.
Senator Carosa.
Hello, sir.
We will start momentarily, just waiting for another couple of members of our committee. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee for our afternoon session of bill hearings. And that welcome is to committee members, witnesses, and people following on YouTube. The tentative order of bills this afternoon is Senate Bill 414, Senate Bill 68, Senate Bill 137, Senate Bill 119, and Senate Bill 195. We may have to make some adjustments. Budget and Tax may still be voting in their committee. With that being said, we will be starting with 414, Senator Pinsky, Climate Solutions Now Act. I will be followed by Robin Clark, Lisa May, Ms. Dumais, Sakobi Wilson, Chris Parts, Jamie DeMarco, and Stacy Hartwell. Then we'll go to favorable with amendments, and those two will be David Murray and Alyson Blackwelder. Then we'll take questions. Then we'll go to the opponents. There were two signed up for oral testimony. One will not be with us, although he still opposes it. So then we'll hear from Lisa May from the Realtors in opposition. A reminder to witnesses, the first witness gets up to 5 minutes. You are not required to use all 5 minutes, and subsequent witnesses can use up to 2.5 minutes. We will be using a clock. So with that, we will begin. The Climate Solutions Now Act. Lamortia, if you could put up the slides, if you would.
Yep, give me 1 second. Coming in.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get back as I see that I'm the host. It's coming.
Thank you. The picture in front of you shouldn't be a shock. It's Annapolis. It's Alex Haley with his feet wet and listening to his stories. Also partway underwater, our own capital. Next, please. And we will tell the story as to why we need the climate solutions now. This is after a fire in California. They have had 4 or 5 of the worst fires in recorded history in California during this past year. Next. This past year, oh, we lost him. Can we go back to the slides, please? Thank you. We saw so many hurricanes this year that they had to go through the alphabet twice. This is one of the countries that was slammed with a hurricane. Next. And this was a headline in Scientific American that billion-dollar disaster shattered the US record in 2020. Next, please. The years are actually on the horizontal plane, I'm sorry, on the vertical plane, and the months are on the horizontal plane axis. But what you can see is at the baseline, these are very tight together. And then they slowly move wider and wider. And that's because you will see that as time has passed, particularly in the last 5 years, the increase in temperatures has increased at a very significant rate. 6 of the last 7 years are the hottest on record. Next, please. This again is downtown Annapolis near Ego Alley. And this is sunny day flooding. Last year, you recall, we heard from NOAA that last year, Annapolis and Baltimore were in the top 5 in what's called sunny day flooding, nuisance flooding, when there weren't storms associated with it. Next, please. This is Cambridge on the Eastern Shore, which has also experienced what's called sunny day flooding when there weren't major hurricanes or storms associated with it. Next, please. And this is a picture of Ellicott City, which Senator Fry Hester knows well. They had 2 1,000-year rain events in less than 2 years. We know how horrible that was. People died and shops were destroyed. Next. On the Eastern Shore, farmers are losing cropland because of the rise of saltwater intrusion that's rendering acres not available to grow crops, because with salt in the water, it kills the crops rather than helps them grow. And next, please. This is Route 50 in Prince George's County. And I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't believe this picture. It was last September when we had those heavy rains, and I wasn't driving that day, but it's shocking to me. It's a major east-west thoroughfare, and you see how much rain and how many feet up. It looks like 3 to 4 feet of water on Route 50. And next. And we're going to get into provisions of the bill in a minute. You can remove the slides. Thank you, Lemoria. I happen to be reading today's Washington Post on the front page, and I want to quote something from it. And this was in the second paragraph of the Washington Post this morning. It said, and I quote, "This is not a time for small measures," unquote, Biden said at the White House, adding that the nation had already delayed urgent action far too long. That was in this morning's paper. And having served on the Climate Commission, and there may be other people who've observed or participated in the Climate Commission over the last 4 or 5 years, we have had some reductions in Maryland. But I must tell you, the overwhelming reductions were a result of the market, not of change in behavior. In other words, energy costs have gone down and use of oil and coal have been pushed out because of natural gas being a lot cheaper. So a lot of our pollution and greenhouse gas was not because that we changed certain behavior, it's because market prices forced us to utilize energy that was less producing of greenhouse gas. And obviously more recently in the past year or more, auto emissions have gone down with the COVID, which leads us to the bill in front of us, Climate Solutions Act now. I want to walk through it, and then there are witnesses who will focus on each section. They are the experts, I am not, but I want to give you an overview. And what I'm going to try to do is tell you what pages, if you want to follow along in the bill to see the actual language. First on page 8 and then page 51, it sets new targets. It says we must reduce greenhouse gas by 60% by 2030. And there must be a net zero by 2045. But it also says that the target sunset in 2025. So there's a midway point, whereas if the legislature feels we're on the wrong track of moving too quickly or too slowly, the bill will sunset without further action by the legislature. And I can tell you this, very recently, the Climate Commission has upped their number from 40 to 50%. So everyone is changing their expectations because science is changing and is giving us more data to understand how serious and how urgent the problem is. On page 12 and 13, we address the issue of environmental justice. For far too long, no one looked through the lens of environmental justice when seeing the results of climate change or the response and the mitigation of climate change. There is a Environmental Justice Commission, but it has been moribund for a number of years. What we do in this bill is to say it has to be taken seriously. It can't be ignored any longer. And it calls for new methodology to identify those communities that have been disproportionately affected. And I think we know they're impoverished communities, they're Black and brown communities. The bill also calls for the Environmental Justice Commission to make specific recommendations, not vague generalities, but concrete recommendations that call for specific action. It also sets the desire for the commission to come up with a percentage for state funding to deal with the disproportionate effect on those communities for further investment and mitigation going forward. It calls for public meetings across the state, particularly in those urban environments most significantly affected and other impoverished communities. And then those findings must be reported back to us. So we didn't attempt to redo the Environmental Justice Commission. There are other bills on that. Senator Melanie Griffith, the President Pro Tem, chaired a group of senators. I think Senator Ellis served on that. There may be others from our committee who did, to come up with recommendations on environmental justice. So I want to make sure this bill addressed that and gave very specific charges to make sure we saw some real results and not just talk. There's another work group, and that is called the Just Transition Work Group. Whether that's the right title is an open question. And what that work group decides to do is to put all of the stakeholders who are affected by our changing economy because of climate change, working people and unions, management, state government, community colleges, and other affected people to get to the table on an equal basis and have the discussion of how will we make the transition when we get rid of fossil fuels and move to clean energy? How do we do with people who are displaced? Is retraining enough? Should we commit to salaries for 1 or 2 or 3 years? We can't just ignore this issue. Our economy is changing. When there were efforts to get rid of tobacco, there were discussions and strategies nationally of how to transition away from tobacco. We need to do the same with old fossil fuel and clean energy, It's got to be thoughtful. And unfortunately, it's not happening on a national level or the local level. Many of these stakeholders continue to be at odds, and we've got to bring them together and facilitate a thoughtful conversation that makes sense for Maryland and the nation. There's another section, and I'm not going to get into details, Ms. Clark will do that calls for the planting of 5 million trees. Why do we want to plant 5 million trees? Because they absorb carbon dioxide. But we don't want to just put them anywhere. We want to ensure that at least 10% of those are in urban environments where there is no tree coverage, at least 10%. We also actually include incentives for farmers to use some of their acreage to plant new trees. But I'm going to leave it at that and leave it to Ms. Clark from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation to give us further details. The administration's talked about putting charging stations, about electrifying cars around the state, and set high goals. They're saying we should have 30% electric vehicles by 2030. The problem is the state should be leading by example. We have approximately 4,000 light-duty vehicles working for Department of Agriculture, Department of Natural Resources, Department of the Environment. We need to lead by example. And as those cars reach their maturity and are turned over, it's incumbent that they are replace these traditional gas engines with electric vehicles. So this bill requires by 2030, the fleet to be turned over and shifted to electric vehicles. Is there a marginal cost between a traditional engine and an electric vehicle? Yes, but we take account for that later on, as well as buses, zero emissions buses. The administration is committed to making some changeover. And there's also another bill, Senator Zucker, which we'll hear in probably an hour, that does the exact same thing. So we've got to electrify our fleet and lead by example and start to push up the idea of moving to all electric vehicles. I don't have an all electric vehicle. I've shared with you, I have a hybrid. It's now 12 years old and I'm still getting 30 to 34 miles a gallon. So we have to move to be more effective. Energy efficiency, energy conservation. We have to change our building codes. And I say that, and some of you might have seen an article this past summer, and it just knocked me over about the Empire State Building. Some environmentalists and clean energy people went to the head of the Empire State Building who are planning a retrofit, multi-millions of dollars, and said, look, if we bring the best science to you, the best experts, and we can show a return on investment in a reasonable time, would you try it? And they say, why the Empire State Building? Why do you come to us? Well, it's the Empire State Building. And if it can be done at the Empire State Building, it can be done anywhere. After the renovations, they have reduced energy use by 40%. A landmark building. So in this bill, we don't quite replicate what they did to the Empire State Building, but we do two things. For new construction, large construction, over 25,000 square feet, we set energy requirements and their energy reduction requirements that we think are reasonable. And I believe the architects who will follow and are speaking to this will give you more details. As well, not just new construction, renovation. Large office buildings, large apartments go through renovations. And we have said large buildings, again, with over 25,000 square feet, have to have energy efficiency that exceeds the national standards. We think that's important. We think they should all be solar ready, the new construction, even if they don't have solar on the roof right now, but they have to be solar ready, even if they aren't able to put solar panels on the roof immediately. In terms of renovations, if these are large renovations, multi-million-dollar renovations, we call for either a 40% reduction in the energy use, like the Empire State Building, or exceeding the national standards by 20%. Now, we leave an exception. If they can't recoup their money within 15 years, they can opt out. We do not want to hurt the builders, the developers, the construction field, but if it can be done, and I believe, and most experts believe, this will be a major, major savings to these companies by being more energy efficient. that they can lower their costs. One other item, and I'm trying to get through this as quickly as possible. I'm sorry for the time. We are saying prospectively, any building starting after, I want to say 2023, but I could be off, the Department of Labor must set up a modeling of an option for builders and buyers to look at what their project would cost if it was all electric, heat pumps, geothermal, so they can see the potential savings by going to clean energy. We're not requiring them to do it, but we're saying there should be a model in place when a project is initiated or someone wants to purchase it. They can look at that model and see what kind of savings they would have if they move to clean energy. We have a school construction program in the state. And schools create a major opportunity for us to try some of these things and get them in every community. And I understand some jurisdictions are afraid if they have to put the upfront money for solar on a roof, they might say we can't build as many buildings, even though recent studies show that you recoup your money in 7 years and after that you save money. So this actually would be a cost savings to almost every school system. So what we say in the bill is one of your first 5 buildings must be built on a net zero energy requirement. And all other schools, even if you don't choose to put solar on the roof, must be solar ready. We also set up a loan fund. If a jurisdiction doesn't feel they can put the upfront money for the solar panels or the geothermal, they can borrow from that fund and then pay it back as they start getting returns. And again, this comes from the idea that we want a reasonable but achievable proposal that pushes the envelope and gets us closer to the reductions we need. The last couple of items, 4 items, we call for utilities to achieve energy savings of 3%. This falls under Empower, which we've had bills on before. The current percent reduction is 2%. We move it to 3%. We also have a tax exemption if equipment is purchased for community solar, to expand community solar in across the state, and equipment is purchased, it would be a tax exemption to incentivize moving in this direction. Methane, which I'm not a scientist, I got a low C, I believe, in chemistry and this area, is very dangerous. It is 30 to 50 times worse than carbon dioxide. So, and in landfills, methane escapes. Unfortunately, the measurement of methane, we don't believe is very scientific, and there's more and more opportunity for airplanes to measure from the atmosphere that are much more actual and correct. So we want to move towards addressing methane in a much more serious way. And last 2 items, and I'll get out of the way for the other speakers. You know, I mentioned the Climate Commission, which I sit on. They are working on their report, which is a year and a month late. In their report, at least up until 2 months ago, they included road widening as a reduction in greenhouse gases. They said there'll be less idling. But if you add lanes to roads, the Beltway, Route 270, you're going to have thousands upon thousands of additional cars, and they're going to create more greenhouse gas and carbon dioxide. It will not be a reduction. So this bill prohibits them from using highway widening as a greenhouse gas solution. We also say that they must use a 20-year horizon for measuring methane instead of 100 years. And we also say, because we acknowledge the importance of the economy, that there must be a net benefit to the state's economy as compared with no action alternative. Now, let me close with funding. Some of these programs are simply policies. Some will cost money. For the tree section, we call for some millions of dollars from the Bay Restoration Fund. We think it's appropriate. Carbon is absorbed by trees. We think it's a major way to clear up the Chesapeake, to deal with climate change. And the second reference area for funding is from the RGGI money, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Emissions Initiative emissions that comes to the state every year. We say, yes, the first 50 million goes to the Maryland Energy Administration and NDE. That's how it's been. We don't want to interfere with that. But the next 20 million will go into this fund. And that fund is expected to increase as more and more states east of Mississippi join RGGI. So that's an overview of the bill. It is a large bill. I understand that. And I just realized I stopped giving the page numbers that correlated with the areas. I can send you around later on the correlation if you want to check topic by topic and where the pages are in the bill. So with that, we will move to the first witness. And I believe that is Ms. Clark from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for sponsoring this legislation. I'm Robin Jessica Clark with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation here today in support of SB 414, Climate Solutions Now, Act of 2021. As you heard, this legislation would set a goal of tree planting for the state at 5 million trees, with 500,000 of those trees to be placed in underserved urban areas of the state. The goal would be accomplished by 2030, so that's the numbers over 8 years. If you're familiar with the old adage, money doesn't grow on trees, I'm here to tell you maybe that's not exactly true. Climate grows on trees, water quality grows on trees, we like to say at CBF, but in a way also money does grow on trees because trees can help support the state reaching its climate goals and reaching its water quality goals in a surprising and relatively cost-effective way with regard to other methods. It might sound quaint to plant a tree, but in reality, they are a powerful and elegant solution to many of the problems we face, truly green infrastructure. And again, among one of the least expensive ways to address pollution in our waterways, both from agriculture and from stormwater runoff. They're also a way to pull down the legacy load of carbon in the atmosphere and help us make progress on climate, whether it's our existing goal of 40% reduction by 2030 or the ramped up effort represented in this legislation of 60%. In developed areas, studies show that trees deliver a host of other co-benefits beyond those, including improving local air quality, human health of residents, mental clarity, and even social cohesion. This legislation's initiative seeks to expand on those benefits, especially targeting areas of our state that are currently under-resourced for trees. Existing state funds, as the senator described, would be dedicated to this purpose, so no new funding would be needed. How would we do this? How would we reach 5 million trees? We would do it through a combination of efforts. First, ramping up existing programs that we already have in Department of Agriculture and Department of Natural Resources. Second, leveraging federal funding that's available to us and currently being left on the table. Third, creating a new program because there is no dedicated program in the state at this time to planting trees in urban areas. Why are the BRF, the Bay Restoration Fund, and the 2010 Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays Trust Funds appropriate? As I described earlier, trees are top water quality filters, both for agricultural lands and also in the developed sector. And they compete very well with other practices that are currently being funded at high levels from the Bay Restoration Fund and the 2010 Atlantic and Coastal Bays Trust Fund. We'd like to see those practices continue, and we'd also like to put trees on a slightly more equal footing. I want to give you one technical example, but there are more, and I'd be happy to dig in if the committee's interested either today or later. A forested buffer on agricultural land will cost the state $5.50 for every pound of nitrogen per acre per year it reduces. A cover crop, an essential tool in our fight for the Bay, and in sequestering carbon will cost the state, and currently cost the state, $29 versus the $5 for the forested buffer, $29.65 per pound of nitrogen per acre per year. We're funding cover crops and it's wonderful, but now we have the opportunity to fund tree plantings, and they are uniquely under-resourced in terms of funding and technical assistance. So another thing that we'd like to see in this legislation is additional technical assistance positions. These would be paid out of the 2010 Atlantic and Coastal Bays Trust Fund, just as currently technical assistance programs for soil conservation districts, helping out with a range of other agricultural practices, helping to connect farmers with those conservation tools that they need, are funded out of the 2010 Trust Fund. So paralleling that funding, we would provide additional.
Ms. Clark, you're going to have to wrap up.
Sure. Finally, I'd just like to say there is space in our state for planting trees. The state's own estimate shows that we could plant up to 29 million trees on forest buffers. And we are consistently turning away applicants for urban tree planting programs that exist today.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Let's go to Stacy Hartwell with NAACP.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and colleagues. For the record, my name is Stacy Hartwell. I'm the co-chair of the NAACP Maryland State Conference Environmental and Climate Justice Committee, which represents the environmental and climate equity interests of our members and BIPOC residents in Maryland's 24 counties. On behalf of the NAACP Maryland State Conference, I'm here to strongly urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 414, the Climate Solutions Now Act. Today, General Motors announced it will stop producing gas-powered passenger cars and SUVs by 2035. And yesterday, the president declared Climate Day. He stated, "We've already waited too long." Biden said at the signing ceremony in reference to the urgency for climate action, "We see it with our own eyes, we feel it, we know it in our bones, and it's time to act." Senate Bill 414 is aptly named because we cannot wait another year to start reducing our emissions. In addition to the multitude of environmental disasters related to carbon emissions, fossil fuels are also driving disparities in the COVID-19 pandemic. A recent Harvard study found that very small increases in exposure to pollutants from fossil fuel combustion causes someone to be significantly more likely to die from COVID-19. This is one of the many reasons why Black Americans are twice as likely to die from COVID-19 than white Americans. After all, Black Americans are 79% more likely to live near industrial pollution sites than white Americans. Even before the pandemic, fossil fuel pollution was driving racial disparities in health outcomes. For example, a Black child is 500% more likely to die from asthma than a white child. The bottom line is that fossil fuel pollution is contributing to the deaths of Black people every day, and we need to act now, not next year. The Climate Solutions Now Act requires the state to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 60% by 2030 and have net zero emissions by 2045. This will coincide with the reduction in the co-pollutants that are causing these health disparities. You know, there is a direct correlation between trees and healthy air. Climate Solutions Now Act will not only improve the air in Black communities, but it will also plant trees. This bill plants 500,000 trees in urban communities that have been blighted, resulting from political indifference, historically redlined, or are economically disadvantaged. 2/3 of all the funding to plant trees will go to these communities. Planting these trees will not only improve home values and the visual appeal of the community, but will also help protect urban communities from ever worsening heat waves caused by climate crisis. This bill directly works to undo some of the impacts of environmental racism and it also ensures that all future climate legislation will address inequities. The Climate Solutions Now Act requires the Commission on Environmental Racism and Sustainable Communities to set a percentage of all state funds spent to address climate change that must go to underserved, burdened communities.
Ms. Hartwell, you have to wrap up.
I've got one sentence. As the Climate Solutions Now Act emphasizes, climate justice is racial justice. The NAACP Maryland State Conference urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hartwell. Let's go to 1199 and Bridget Dumais. Ms. Dumais.
Greetings, members of the committee. My name is Bridge. I'm a political organizer with 1199 SEIU. 1199 is the largest healthcare workers union in the country, representing 10,000 frontline healthcare workers in Maryland alone. We support the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2021 because lowering greenhouse gas emissions is critical for protecting our planet, a necessary public health measure, and will ensure a just transition to green energy. As Stacy mentioned, a study from Harvard University recently found that people who live and work in areas with high levels of air pollution, particularly from burning fossil fuels, are at significantly higher risk of dying from COVID-19. The researchers stated, quote, "The study results underscore the importance of continuing to enforce existing air pollution regulations to protect human health both during and after the COVID-19 crisis," end quote. Furthermore, public health experts agree that as climate change continues to warm the planet, we are at even higher risk of future pandemics. As permafrost melts at alarming rates, dormant viruses and bacteria awaken and expose people to more illnesses. There have been recent discoveries of the 1918 Spanish flu, the bubonic plague, and smallpox being released from melting permafrost. Another concern is that warmer weather lengthens mosquito and tick season. Both of these insects have been known to cause serious illnesses in humans and animals. We need to reduce our fossil fuel emissions as soon as possible, which requires cooperation between the environmental movement and the labor movement. There need to be safety nets in place for workers in industries with high fossil fuel emissions. This bill requires a work group comprised of building trades unions, registered apprenticeship sponsors, and non-union construction laborers to make recommendations for what a just transition would look like. This includes, but is not limited to, workforce development opportunities for retraining displaced workers from high greenhouse gas emitting industries. The time to act significantly to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions is now, as the bill title states. Please vote yes on the Climate Solutions Act this session for the sake of protecting workers, public health, and our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dumais. Let's go to Professor Sakobi Wilson.
Hello today. Thanks, everybody. Hi, Chairman. Thank you, committee. I'm here to talk about SB 414. I'm with the University of Maryland School of Public Health. I am a associate professor there, and I run the program on community engagement, environmental justice, and health. When we think about this current bill, it has the opportunity to address both environmental injustice and climate injustice. As is already stated, many communities of color are disproportionately impacted by environmental hazards. Many of those hazards produce greenhouse gas emissions and co-pollutants. Those co-pollutants are very important for public health. One I want to focus on is particulate matter. Particulate matter, it causes asthma attacks, elevation of blood pressure, causes heart disease, stroke, Alzheimer's, diabetes, contributes to infant mortality, low birth weight births, birth defects, also contributes to cancer, premature mortality, and life expectancy. That's just one pollutant. That's just one combustion byproduct. So when you think about greenhouse gases like methane, they're important, but when it comes to public health, we really need to think about particulate matter, volatile organic compounds, and others. They're really the ones that are driving disparities in respiratory health outcomes, also cardiopulmonary health outcomes. And so when you think about environmental injustice, it's just not being overburdened. It's the fact that many communities are also dealing with lack of access to health promoting infrastructure. So instead of living in healthy housing, they're in housing where it may be more carbon pollution. Instead of living in communities where they have adequate access to mass transit, they may be in communities where there overuse of highways and byways, which are causing those differential impacts. Instead of having communities that have tree canopying, and we know trees are good for, Robert said, air pollution mitigation, noise mitigation, stormwater mitigation, heat mitigation, right? Playability, food, many benefits to trees. So this bill has the opportunity to address some of those disparities. I think it's really important to point out that the bill brings attention to the Maryland Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities. That commission has to step up and do more. Hopefully this bill and other bills will push that commission to really be a leader in this area. And another point that we want to mention is just not the fact that communities are overburdened. They're also dealing with urban heat islands. And so you know that red line communities, there's an 8-degree difference between red line communities and non-red line communities. We know that from block to block and on the same block in Baltimore, there's studies have shown 16-degree differences in temperature. So it's not that just the fact that people don't have trees in Baltimore. It's just not the fact that it's impervious, they have too many impervious surfaces. It's also a problem with not having air conditioning. And so the communities that are overburdened by heat islands are also the same communities because impervious surfaces are dealing with too much stormwater runoff. So this bill has an opportunity to impact multiple areas of concern for communities that have EJ and CJ issues. And just to close, we have to have tools to target these communities, to map these communities. So we have developed geospatial tools for environmental justice and climate justice that can be useful in the implementation of this bill. So I hope we get a positive record from the committee, and this bill is needed now in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Let's go to Chris Parts with the architects.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Chris Parts, an architect with EHE Maryland, representing nearly 2,000 architects across the state of Maryland. We're here in favor of Senate Bill 414. We come as one large spoke in the wheel of many strategies in this bill that can help diminish the impact of climate change. The interconnected strategies of transportation, site, buildings, and the people who inhabit these places need to be considered together. As architects, we are working on these issues now. We know that buildings consume nearly 40% of US energy produced, and architects play a key role in working to diminish energy consumption and carbon emissions. Since 2009, many architectural firms had opted into a program named the AIA 2030 Challenge. This is a program focused on tracking baseline and predicted energy use, incrementally moving us toward a goal of zero greenhouse gas emissions, followed by net zero emissions by 2045. The Climate Solutions Act now parallels our 2030 challenge, and it broadens the net to impact much of what's built in the state. I'll share 3 main points why Maryland architects believe this bill is very important. First, as Senator Pinsky mentioned, the lead by example component. This bill drives state-funded projects down an achievable path towards zero energy goal, and it positions them to implement the technology of renewable energy to dramatically reduce operating costs. We have a few net zero energy schools now in the state of Maryland. This bill aims to put one new zero energy school in every jurisdiction. Schools can be designed to zero energy now. This bill makes the planning, space, and infrastructure to be in place, and it creates a no-interest loan program to enable schools to start reaping the benefit of solar collection right away. Secondly, our commercial building market will follow an achievable yet slightly more aggressive path to meet energy efficiency requirements one cycle ahead of the code adoption, taking us to zero energy buildings for new construction by 2033. As an architect who does mostly renovation work, this bill recognizes that renovation is a significant sector of construction, and it provides 2 paths towards reducing energy consumption for existing structures that are to be renovated. And finally, this bill reminds us that we're focused on a healthy environment for all by looking more broadly at how and where we live and making improvements. This makes important connection between what we build, where we build, considering the impact of construction on site development, transportation, and most importantly, the people who live there. Reducing building transportation, and landfill emissions, and enhancing the natural environment are all an important part of this bill. We ask for your support of Senate Bill 414. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parts. Mr. DeMarco.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. On behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, we urge a favorable report. We have heard from the speakers today lots of reasons why we should pass the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2021. It will improve our public health. It will reduce racial disparities and injustice. It will improve the economy, and there's broad support for the bill. I want to take just a minute to talk about the climate crisis in which we are living and why this bill matters because of that crisis. The science is getting worse all the time. Just this week, there was data released from satellite data that looked at ice everywhere around the world and found that the ice melt is in line with the worst case scenario projections that scientists had made a few years ago. We are on the worst case scenario. If you follow that worst case scenario line out to 2100, sea level rise will increase by 8 feet in the next 80 years. 8 feet by 2100. That means people alive today will live to see Ocean City become just ocean. And we need to take action this year to pull ourselves off of that worst case scenario. The climate crisis is not a far off danger. It is here and claiming lives. To understand that, just put yourself in the shoes of a family in Paradise, California on November 8th, 2018. You wake up, it's a day like any other. You go downstairs, you make breakfast. Around 7:30 a.m., you see a cloud of smoke over the hillside. To be safe, you call the local fire department, and you are told that you need not be worried, you don't have to be evacuated, the fire is far away. Then, an unprecedented combination of dry heat and pounding wind drives that fire to move faster than anyone has ever seen a fire move. By 7:46, you are ordered to evacuate. But as everyone evacuates at once, traffic slows to a crawl, then to a halt as the fire moves towards you. You have to get out of your car and run. You can't outrun a forest fire, so the question is not how you will escape it, but how you will weather it. Some people huddle in the middle of large parking lots, others jump into backyard pools. Those who ran for the parking lots survived, but those who jumped into the pools, like Carmen Bariz, boiled alive, all before 9 a.m. We are in a climate crisis and we cannot wait. We must take action this year, and in doing so, we will help our economy. This week, MDE released a report saying that increasing our greenhouse gas reductions will grow the state's GDP by 14 million, create 6,000 jobs, and save $7 billion in avoided healthcare costs. Thank you. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you. We're going to move to, we have 2 favorable with amendments. Mr. Murray and Allison Blackwelder, please be sure that if you have an amendment, also speak to the amendment, not simply to the broad range of the bill. With that, David Murray, please.
Thank you, Chair Pinsky and members of the committee. David Murray with the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. We are here to show that fighting the climate crisis will create jobs and spur investment in the state of Maryland. We represent 4,500 solar installers and developers throughout the state. And we are largely favorable to this bill, which moves us in the right direction in terms of addressing not only inequities in the state, but also our greenhouse gas emissions. Regarding our amendments, we have a few that are on the minor side. There is a provision here around solar rooftop readiness, which we are broadly in support of, but we added an amendment that would further facilitate greater photovoltaic deployment on buildings and ensuring that the southern face of the rooftop was left for future placement of the panels. We also proposed an amendment regarding the exemption for solar panels on the built environment. Right now in Maryland code, there is a great degree of ambivalence as to whether a community solar facility that is on a rooftop is exempt from personal property tax. There was a bill last year sponsored by Senator West to that degree that would clarify it. It ultimately, the session ended early, but this bill seeks to further clarify that community solar arrays on rooftops, parking lots, as well as brownfields are exempt from personal property tax. But right now there's a provision that would only apply to community solar facilities serving over 50% to low to moderate income individuals. We think that regardless of who the subscribers are, those facilities should be exempt from personal property tax, given that those systems are installed on the rooftop and should be considered real property. So we are recommending that we broaden that. And there's a other minor adjustment. Right now there's a provision around the Healthy Soils Bill directing funds from the Strategic Energy Investment Funds for the Healthy Soils Program. We believe that's really an agricultural program aimed at boosting crop productivity and yield, and carbon sequestration is just a minor aspect of that. And so we recommended striking that. But broadly, we are very supportive of this bill and look forward to working with the chair and members of this committee to fully address those tweaks. But thank you again for your time and this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. And finally, Allison Blackwelder, also favorable with amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Allison Blackwelder, and I'm with the U.S. Green Building Council, based in Washington, D.C., but for the past 10 months from my home in Bethesda, Maryland. On behalf of USGBC, I respectfully offer our comments in support of SB 414, the Climate Solutions Now Act. I'm a Montgomery County, Maryland resident. I'm a proud public school parent, and I appreciate your consideration of my remarks. USGBC is best known for our LEED green building rating system. A core area of our work is green public buildings and schools that are well designed, constructed, maintained, and operated to facilitate learning, health and wellness, and decrease operating budgets through reduced utility costs. USGBC supports SB 414 with some minor amendments to strengthen the bill, specifically addressing buildings. We support the bill's goal of cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2030 and the goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2045. Much of this work can be done through changes of how we view our building stock, and the bill realizes this. We commend the sponsors for recognizing the importance of state buildings to be high-performing green buildings and for layering the net zero performance as a required outcome of such buildings. USGBC supports the inclusion of our LEED Zero program in the bill, though we want to note that the LEED Zero program includes 4 discrete certifications: energy, water, carbon, and waste. From our read of the bill, it intends to reference LEED Zero energy, so we recommend the bill is amended to reflect as such. USGBC also recommends amending the language in the bill that references LEED certification in the context of defining high-performance buildings. Specifically, we advise the language on page 29, line 1 through 3 to read, quote, earns a minimum of silver certification under the current version of the U.S. Green Building Council's LEED rating system. This change would clarify the law to be consistent with the current Maryland Green Building Council High Performance Green Building Program. Maryland is at a critical crossroads in addressing climate change, and USGBC commends the committee and Chairman Pinsky for taking up this essential legislation. By passing this bill, Maryland can help ensure it is well positioned to combat climate change, one of the greatest challenges of our time. We offer our expertise in this area if needed, and we urge the swift passage of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwelder. And if your amendments, yours and Mr. Murray's, are not in your written testimony, please get them to us as soon as possible. Okay, committee questions for any of the panelists so far. Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple of questions. Some of the stuff we in the similar bill last year we talked about and did some amendments. Most of it is in regards to the tree planting part of the bill. Totally for the trees in the urban areas. I think that's great. You talk about the property values and such being increased there and just helping with issues. But my questions are about the tree plantings on the agricultural ground. Was it taken into consideration that, if you plant a lot of trees on prime and productive farm ground, that you're going to have less room for crops and food to be grown?
Well, let me start the answer and then shift it to Ms. Clark. First of all, it doesn't require a farmer to have trees on their property. That's one. And two, actually, it has an incentive. I believe there's $1,000 incentive if they choose to put an acre of their property, which might not be good for farm crops. So this is not requiring that farmers must put aside their prime cropland for trees. But Ms. Clark, correct me if I'm wrong or add to it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Senator Gallion, for the question, and thank you to the sponsor for starting it off. We do aim to work with the agricultural community, and part of the reason why we want these technical assistance positions in, specifically for outreach on agricultural forested buffers to make sure that we have the expertise and the planting ability to design these buffers such that they work with the long-term business plan for the farm. The intention is not to convert productive acreage into buffers, but there's a lot of acreage in the state that could be put into buffer such that it really supports the climate and the water quality goals while maintaining the farmland. I mean, I tried to get to it in my testimony, but the Department of Natural Resources did a buffer opportunity analysis, and they found enough acreage for 29 million trees. The plan here with the 5 million is that maybe up to 4 million of the 5 million could go into buffers, but that's not nearly the potential that's been identified by the state for buffers. That would be at a 300-foot wide buffer amount.
Thank you.
So,
And
so I
that's,
do think
that's pretty well.
there's a possibility.
Senator Gallion?
That pretty well probably answers my next question too, which is, and the folks you talked about that would be added would also, I would assume, take into account, sometimes there's unintended consequences. So farmer, even if they are paid to plant some of these trees, it becomes, forested areas can become a habitat for deer, and deer are a major culprit when it comes to crop damage too. So that's another thing that hopefully they would look at. But I think you pretty well answered that question. So my final question, and I brought this up a year ago, is about the tree maintenance. And I was kind of looking through the bill. I didn't see this part, but I may have missed it. I've had concerns. I mentioned this to you, Mrs. Clark, before about, they do these tree planting programs and there's not proper maintenance afterwards. So you spend all this time, money, resources planting these trees. It sounds great on paper, but then, if they are not properly maintained, I mean, they're gonna be gone. The weeds are going to take over. I talked to you about, if they're not maintained properly, weeds could grow up. Then you have weed seeds blowing from these areas onto crop ground potentially, and then you have a weed problem. So I just want to see what was in this bill to make sure we had proper mowing maintenance to make sure that these trees would actually get off to a good start and be, there years down the road.
Ms. Clark?
Thank you again, Senator, for the question. So I think I have two answers. There are several spots in the legislation, in the text, that require these plantings to be maintained, no matter if they're in agricultural locations, rural, privately owned lands, or developed areas. I would also point out that the funding that would go to DNR, Department of Natural Resources, could go to tree plantings, or it could go to other forestry initiatives. And they do that sort of forestry management, I understand, in the department. So that would be a potential eligible use of the funding too.
Okay,
maintenance is critically important to us.
Yeah, and I would add, Senator, and again, in the bill, it's I think page 40 to 50, you're absolutely right. And if we don't have enough in the bill to address that, clearly we're open to amendments to fine tune it. Other questions for the proponents? Seeing none, we'll go to the opponent. Ms. May?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Lisa May with the Maryland Realtors. And let me say that the word opponent and unfavorable is a very blunt instrument to use on a bill of this size. Instead, it was just important for us to provide some context to a portion of this bill regarding commercial construction projects. The Maryland Realtors have commercial members who have voiced concerns about the market's ability to meet the energy efficiency targets on pages 24 through 26 of this bill, particularly in light of COVID's impact on the commercial real estate market. National Realtor economists are projecting that commercial real estate prices will decline and that vacancy rates will remain high. Commercial mortgage lenders are reporting losses and delinquencies that are actually higher than that of the last economic downturn. And because of that, financing for new commercial projects or substantial renovation projects is expected to be constrained in the coming years. We particularly don't want to see infill or adaptive reuse projects not move forward, because they are a very growing and important component of revitalization efforts and also of sustainable building practices moving forward. So just to sum up, we urge caution in placing new mandates on commercial building projects until we see the full results of how COVID impacts the sector of the economy. So thank you for listening to our comments today.
Thank you, Ms. May. A question for Ms. May. Seeing none, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 414. We're going to go to Senator Lamb, Senate Bill 68, Maryland Department of Emergency Management Establishment. Senator Lamb will lead off. He'll be followed by Jonathan Bratt and Ann Sierra, Kevin Canali, and then we'll go to favorable with amendment, Richard Lichtenstein, and then we'll go to unfavorable, Emily Tarsel. And I believe that's the list. Senator Lamb, welcome back from JPR.
Great, thank you, Chairman Pinsky. I apologize about the extended absence in JPR. I think we've all had that feeling before. So good afternoon, members of the committee and Chairman Pinsky. For the record, Clarence Lamb, Senator in District 12, to testify in support of SB 68. This bill seeks to, if I could actually ask Lamoria to bring up the slides for this bill.
Yep, doing it right now, Senator Lamb.
What's that again? Sorry, excuse me.
Doing it right now.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. So in the meantime, this bill seeks to establish the Maryland Emergency Management Agency as a principal department of state government so that the state can more effectively prepare and coordinate statewide responses to future emergencies. The department will be led by a new cabinet level secretary appointed by the governor and with the advice and consent of the Senate. The Maryland Emergency Management Agency, which is, you can go to the next slide. MEMA is an agency tasked with coordinating statewide disaster preparedness, response, and recovery. Most of you know this as MEMA. It's the primary coordinator of state action related to incident command and emergency management. However, frankly, this responsibility is made a little bit more complicated by the fact that the agency is actually housed within the military department. So if you go to the next slide. The confusing jurisdictional authority between other agencies and layers of bureaucracy does weaken MEMA and the director's ability to really efficiently respond to emergencies. Next slide, please. Next, keep going. So what makes its positioning within the military department complicated, actually, if you can go back one slide, is that the statutes indicate that MEMA is responsible for carrying out statewide emergency management operations, but this authority is not clearly established when comparing existing parts of the statute or executive orders or other leadership chains of command. For daily operations, the MEMA director reports directly to the adjutant general within the military department, but during states of emergency, the director actually reports directly to the governor. The current law is unclear about how the military department and MEMA are supposed to interact, and the situational chain of command that can lead to confusion. During emergencies, MEMA is actually tasked with coordinating the work of principal departments, although it's actually a subordinate agency. So MEMA is kind of like that little brother to all these other principal departments, and yet is supposed to be the one actually coordinating those departments themselves. If you can move forward to the next slide. No, actually, you were at the right one. Stop there. Go back one. So in 2008, James Lee Witt, if you go back one slide, Lemuria, analyzed the state's emergency. I think he went forward. Go backward. Analyzed the state's emergency readiness, and attached to the written testimony are also relevant subsections within the James Lee Witt report. James Lee Witt, you probably recall, was there we go. One of the leads of the Federal Emergency Management Association, FEMA, well regarded by many as kind of a modern leader within emergency management. The report that he did after analyzing MEMA found conflicting and overlapping roles for MEMA and the Governor's Office of Homeland Security. This presented a situation where either entity could claim partial or total authority over aspects of these operations at times, and which could lead to confusion. The report back from 2008 by James Lee Witt and colleagues actually recommended that MEMA be affirmed as the primary state coordinator of emergency response, and that it be made a cabinet level department so that it can efficiently fulfill this obligation. The Lee report also expressed concerns about a lack of strategic emergency planning. By making MEMA an independent agency, it will be a core part of the governor's cabinet. It will also be able to interact more directly with other state departments, not as a subordinate buried within another department. This will also allow for more priority to be put on statewide strategic planning under the guidance of the new department. Now, if you move forward to the next slide, Maria. Considering these structural challenges, it's necessary to reinvest in Maryland's emergency response infrastructure, as we kind of described, be it a pandemic that we're obviously in right now or a natural disaster. I think it's imperative that we take action to modernize Maryland's readiness and response capabilities through the establishment of the Department of Emergency Management. Again, long overdue, given that the Lee report was conducted back in 2008. Passage of this bill would be one important step that advances this initiative, and the hope that this legislation can reduce some of the ambiguity by streamlining MEMA's leadership and clarifying their authority over statewide emergency management. The bill comprises two primary actions. Number one, it establishes the Department of Emergency Management as a principal department of state government, separate from the military department where it's embedded in right now. And number two, it mandates that the secretary of the department be appointed by the governor with the consent of the Senate. And this establishment will strengthen the lines of communication between that secretary and the governor, as well as raising the profile of this leadership position, really elevating it to what it's due given some of the crises and emergencies that it might have to address. Additionally, it would also allow the Senate to provide input and oversight to the selection of the secretary. Next slide, please. In a review of other emergency management agencies structures in other states, we found that 16 operate in similar independence as it is proposed in this bill. Of these 16 states, 7 of them require that their emergency management agency director be gubernatorially appointed with the consent of the Senate. In line with other principal departments, I believe that incorporating the Senate approval in the appointment of the secretary also signals a commitment to leadership commensurate with the statewide duties that it is being elevated to carry out. Stakeholders within Maryland's emergency management field have also brought to my attention the need for this restructuring as a result of unnecessary efficiencies that they experienced during the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. One of them will be on this panel. Jonathan Brad is a constituent of mine, but also been very heavily involved in the means and MEMA process and structure statewide. I've heard of instances where response times lagged as numerous layers of bureaucracy were present and held up approval of things that really needed much action to be taken in a quick fashion. It's important to note this bill is not a condemnation of the military department in any way. but really a response to help elevate emergency planning and emergency management to the level that is required when these types of situations and crises occur. Next slide, please. This bill signals hopefully an important cultural argument to be made for an independent agency. Again, no disrespect to the military department and the tremendous work that they do, but much of the emergency management component and function right now is a civilian operation, very different than the military department's ongoing mission. And so ensuring the timely and efficient response is critical to make sure that we can address these future crises. Next slide. This bill would be a first step that's a reinvestment in Maryland's future abilities to respond to crises. Reimagining MEMA as a department is one that I know it's attracted attention amongst colleagues in this committee. The 911 Commission, chaired by our Vice Chair, has indicated a desire to transfer these operations to a new home in state government, with MEMA being identified as a good agency partner to work with. Senator Hester has also introduced bills that are scheduled to be heard, and also signal willingness to invest in a more robust MEMA. And those seeking to create a chief resiliency officer, I think that we'd heard earlier, establishing a division of cybersecurity within the agency too. So I agree with our colleagues on this committee that reinvestment in MEMA is necessary and hopefully helpful to elevate it to the degree that it really needs to rise up to address crises and disasters. So passage of SB 68, we hope, is a critical first step to set up and establish a department that's been going well, but really needs that elevation to be able to continue focusing on our state's response to emergencies. So with that, let me close and pass it along to others on our panel. I appreciate Mr. Bratz bringing this to my attention earlier as well. And I know that he's on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lamb. And your lead proponent is Jonathan Bratt. Mr. Bratt, you have up to 5 minutes.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to present testimony in support of Senate Bill 68. My name is Jonathan Bratt, and I have had the honor of serving Maryland citizens as a first responder for the past 20 years and currently serve as the Executive Director of Emergency Management at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. Over the next few moments, I hope to provide you a brief explanation of the challenges emergency management faces, the history of why emergency management is currently situated as a part of the Maryland Military Department, and demonstrate how Senate Bill 68 will help Maryland better prepare for an unknown future. Emergency management is a multidisciplinary, coordinated, and collaborative endeavor to overcome some of society's most complex challenges, from preparing for civil unrest to recovering from the aftermath of a hurricane, to navigating our way through a pandemic. Solving these problems requires resources, the flexibility to adapt to ever-changing environments, and the ability to implement solutions that challenge our most instinctual norms. Successful emergency management embraces a systems approach that unifies government, the private sector, and individual citizens to prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters. None of this can be accomplished without strong, unbiased, and trusted organizational leadership. Emergency management was born out of the civil defense era, where some of our biggest threats were from military powers abroad. Maps of the country with pockmarks representing nuclear blast zones hung on the walls of our predecessors. Now we face a more complex challenge. Our interdependent systems of infrastructure, both virtual and physical, make us more vulnerable and less resilient than ever in our history. The Maryland Department of the Military has served as an excellent incubator for our emergency management system, but now it is time for Maryland to join the ranks of at least 15 other states, including Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, New York, and California, who have elevated their emergency management organization to a cabinet-level department that reports directly to the governor. It may not be readily apparent what these states have in common. However, emergency managers will immediately identify that these are states that frequently experience major disasters and threats to their complex interdependent societies. The legislators and governors of these states have recognized the need for an empowered emergency management organization that can direct rapid change, break down barriers, and cut across established lines of communication in preparation for and during times of crisis. Providing accountability, ability, and authority are necessary when delegating a task, In its current form, MEMA is accountable for our state's resiliency and preparedness efforts, but is significantly limited by its ability and authority. Senate Bill 68 remedies these limitations by elevating the organization and its leadership to a position of both stature and access. It further enables the emergency management organization to lead the interagency towards implementing more efficient and effective preparedness and resiliency efforts. Only a minority of organizations have their emergency management function report to the chief executive in Maryland. Senate Bill 68 sets the example for others to follow and demonstrates that we take building resiliency seriously. Finally, Senate Bill 68 removes the military oversight of an organization responsible for a civil function. If the COVID pandemic has taught us anything, it's that we are vulnerable. COVID-19 is only a preview of the challenges that we will face in the 21st century. Senate Bill 68 takes us one step closer to building a more prepared, more resilient community by creating a state emergency management function that is a recognized leader by the virtue of its position in the cabinet, is empowered to effect change by removing unneeded layers of bureaucracy, and is trusted for its ability to provide advice directly to the governor, other department heads, and the local jurisdictions for which it supports. I want to take a moment to thank Senator Lamb and his team for spending time over the summer and the fall to listen to the concerns of emergency managers across the state and taking the time to consider both and draft this bill. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity. Please support Senate Bill 68 and help us build a more prepared Maryland.
I should add, we did speak with and meet with Russ Strickland, who's the director of MEMA as well, and appreciate his input in this process. Thank you.
Senator Lamb, thank you, Mr. Bratt. The next witness will be Anna Sierra, followed by Richard Lichtenstein, and then Kevin Canale. Anna.
Thank you for having me, Vice Chair Kagan, committee members. My name is Anna Sierra. I am the Director of Emergency Services and the Emergency Manager for Caroline County out on the Eastern Shore. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 68. This bill, if passed, would have a tremendous positive impact on every Marylander by creating a standalone emergency management department whose sole focus would be a more prepared and resilient state. It was fortuitous that the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2021 was discussed prior to this bill, as MEMA's critical role in mitigation and preparedness is one of the many reasons I believe it should be a cabinet level position. As one of the youngest appointed local emergency managers, I am acutely aware and focused on the impacts of climate change and what they will do to our environment and our society. It will require an unprecedented level of coordination across disciplines and government agencies to mitigate, prepare for, plan for, respond to, and recover from disasters that are already impacting Marylanders. The actions required to create a resilient Maryland in the face of such interconnected and complex changes will require strong leadership that can carry out the governor's direction without hindrance or levels of unnecessary bureaucratic red tape. History shows us that additional levels between emergency managers and elected decision makers can create an unnecessary and at times catastrophic barriers to decisive action to address disaster preparedness and response. FEMA is the most obvious example to point to. Regardless of administration, critiques of FEMA have routinely pointed to levels of bureaucracy between the administrator and the president as a primary impediment to its success since its removal from a cabinet level position and placement into the Department of Homeland Security. Finally, I'd like to highlight that not only as an emergency manager, but also a member of the 911 board, as well as a member of Senator Kagan's commission to advance Next Gen 911, I believe that elevating the Maryland Emergency Management Agency to a cabinet level department will positively impact other emergency services areas like 911. I would be remiss if I did not mention the work that the Next Generation 911 Commission has done and on how to best provide the environment for 911 to flourish in Maryland. And it was the Commission's recommendation that in this year's 2020 report to shift the Maryland Emergency Management Agency to a cabinet level entity and to move the Maryland 911 board under it in order to provide a positive environment for its advancement. While I do not speak on behalf of the 911 board, I do speak as a board member and as a commission member, and I do wholeheartedly support the commission's recommendation.
thank you all for having me today.
Anna, thanks for all you do every day in Caroline County and for the rest of the state, as on the 911 board as well as on the commission. So thank you for that shout out. And I would be remiss if I didn't also recognize Senator Riley as the Senate partner in this effort. Let's go please to Richard Lichtenstein or Lichtenstein. Welcome, you have up to 2.5 minutes. Is Mr. Lichtenstein with us?
You may have lost him in the,
okay.
Yeah.
So let's shift then, if we could, to Kevin Canale from the Maryland Association of Counties, another member of the 911 Commission, Mr. Canale. And then if Mr. Lichtenstein joins us, then we can have him at the end. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Canale.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in strong support of Senate Bill 68. And by designating the Maryland Emergency Management Agency as a forward-facing cabinet-level entity, this bill would bolster and enhance collaboration, communication, and coordination between the state and county governments in times of crisis. I think you just heard from Anna Sierra, an emergency manager, totally in favor of this. I can tell you that our local emergency managers are very, very much in favor of this, and that's why I'm here today. COVID-19 has underscored the importance of a strong, well-defined, and seamless intergovernmental emergency management system. As a cabinet-level entity, MEMA will be in a strong position to work directly with our county emergency management professionals to develop a scalable, flexible, and adaptable approach and to better align key roles and responsibilities when disasters strike. As Anna said, the 911 Commission, 3 years worth of work, multiple stakeholders in the room, accomplished so much. And I'd be remiss if I did not give a shout out to Senator Kagan for all of her work and really being the lead voice here in advancing public safety issues in Maryland, particularly when it comes to 911. But you heard Anna mention that this is something that has been discussed at length during the commission's work, again, through multiple stakeholders. And this is something that the commission is very much in favor of and in fact recommended in the report. So this has multiple stakeholder buy-in. Our emergency management officials love this idea. We think that MEMA should be more forward-facing, more accountable, directly reporting to the governor. And this will really allow MEMA to work better with our local emergency management professionals, which again is essential in a disaster. And we've seen it again with COVID. There was a lot of confusion. We think that this would just really provide that seamless communication. Everybody would be on the same page and we'd be able to do all of our jobs better. So we'd ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 68.
Thank you, Mr. Canale. And as I said to Anna Sierra, thank you for your service to the state on behalf of our 24 local jurisdictions, but also on the 911 Commission. Has Mr.
Senator Kagan, Dr. Lichtenstein did submit written testimony. He had to run to go see patients, so apologize.
Got it.
Not to be able to hear.
Okay, thank you, Senator Lamb. That's helpful to know. Are there questions for the proponents? Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Senator Lamb, for this legislation. Just a couple questions. I'm all for cutting through the red tape, streamlining. A couple questions. What is I understand wanting to do that, for being more efficient. Why the name change? I mean, you could make it a cabinet level agency that reports directly to the governor, but what was the reason for changing the name?
I think it was just to make it kind of equivalent to the other, I guess, departments, so to speak, that have a secretary, right? So I think most often when there is a secretary level position, usually that's associated with a department, which is why, we pulled up the name department for that agency. Certainly open to other names. I mean, I don't think we were, wedded to that name. I think it was really the organizational structure and the where it lie in the hierarchy than the name itself.
Okay, and then one other just a curious question. This report that you mentioned came out in 2008. Well, how come the legislature has never now I've only been here 3 years, so maybe they have tried before, I don't know, but how come it's taken this long to try to actually make this change after that report was issued 13 years ago? You have any idea?
I'm not sure. I don't know if some of the other emergency managers can speak to this. My understanding is that, it was just one of those things that kind of got lost. It's not a huge, MEMA is not a huge agency, right? It's really a coordinating body. I think that only has maybe 24 employees or so to speak. So I think it was just something that got lost. And I think the other piece of this is that it's hard for them to actually get attention because they're buried one layer down. They're buried, embedded within the military department. And so oftentimes it can be hard to get that attention to help elevate concerns like this and to actually implement some of the changes that have already come forward in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gallion. Senator Simon Ayer.
Thank you. My efficient light keeps coming on and off. But thank you for this. I just had a couple questions. I think Kevin, or I forget who mentioned it, maybe it was Jonathan. You were saying the military department mainly deals with military and MEMA with civilians, so this would better align it. And I'm just trying to figure out the interaction with the military. I see them working with, I guess, the National Guard and all that, and they do a lot of civilian work, such as going down Washington, D.C. or whatever here in Maryland with other events. So when you say the military versus civilian, what are the main things that you see that this would provide by putting it as a cabinet level that would take it out from the military? Are you saying that the military department can't efficiently run this because they're military and not acquainted with civilian items?
I think it's just a different focus, and maybe, Mr. Bratt, you look like you were going to say something, but I think it's a different focus, right? The military department runs the state's armories. They have a lot of, the armory type equipment and the National Guard equipment that comes along with that. I think, MEMA really is a coordinating agency. It's a coordinating body to help bring different departments together. And so to do that, it really needs that stature to be able to coordinate amongst the different departments. And it's harder to do that when it's actually, embedded within a department itself. It doesn't have that direct reporting line to the governor that I think this bill will help address. And that's where I think it'll help streamline and actually create more efficient responses to emergency management in that way. But Mr. Bratt, you were going to say something?
You hit it right on the nail. And I was also just going to say that the National Guard and the Maryland Military Department are participants in the emergency management process. They're partners, but the leader is the Director of Emergency Management. And so we have what is codified in statute right now, the leader of the emergency management process within an organization that is a participant of that process. And so this helps clarify those roles and responsibilities.
Okay. And just follow up. I mean, I'm a little familiar with it. My daughter worked there for a while, and she's now with the Secret Service. And she had great things to say about MEMA. And I think you're correct. It's a relatively small group, like you said, maybe 24 people. So do you see this expand? I mean, if you're going to raise it to a cabinet level, is this going to be an expansion of the 24 people? And how big do you expect this to get?
So I'm not anticipating this is going to be an expansion. I think this is just a restructuring and an elevation of the stature of the agency itself that gives it the proper authority to bring stakeholders and parties and departments together that are already existing within state government. I think that's what we see with, whether it's FEMA on the federal level or MEMA on the state level. What you really need to respond to these types of disasters, emergency catastrophes, is coordination, right? The department itself doesn't need to have all of the resources to be able to respond to everything. That's where they can pull in and employ other departments to bring in those resources that they need from MDE, MDH, and the military department itself as well, to actually respond and properly provide those resources. But they're not actually the ones that are, house all of the resources themselves. So therefore, I don't think it's actually going to, expand the agency itself, so to speak. It's really just kind of elevating it to a proper level.
Okay. And I mean, I'm all for efficiencies, and I appreciate that. I just don't like to keep expanding government. I mean, the fiscal note says that they're going to, probably increase it by 10% staffing. So I just, the constant growing of government getting bigger and bigger and bigger. we have to balance that out with efficiency. And so we can talk about that during the our voting session, but I really want to find that balance, because I don't think most people want just increased government for that purpose. But we can talk later about, the specific efficiencies and where you saw the deficiencies during the pandemic, and we can do that offline. I'd just be more interested in hearing about those. Thank you.
If I could
Thank
add.
you. Go ahead, Senator Lamb, did you want to respond to that? Or are we good and we'll just move on? Thank you, Senator Simon Ayer, for your questions and comments. Senator Carozza, followed by Senator Hester. Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Wanted to ask the bill sponsor, Senator Lamb, if in the development and the interaction in putting together the bill, if you had consulted with the Governor's Homeland Security Director, Pete Landon, because my understanding is when we talk about the coordination of these different pieces, at least when I served in a prior administration, we made sure that there was that coordination between the Governor's Homeland Security Director and the military department and the head of MEMA. And this is, pretty significant change that you're proposing. And I would like to know what that feedback was from Mr. Landon.
We didn't have direct contact with Mr. Landon. We did reach out to Mr. Strickland, and he, I think, was going to consult with others within state government to see if they had any additional feedback, which we've been able to incorporate into this bill. And so, we have been in frequent touch with Mr. Strickland about this, and I think his input is incorporated into here.
Thank you, Senator Carozza. Senator Hester.
Thank you. My question is also for the bill sponsor. I think, Senator, that you've landed on a really important concept, which I know that our vice chair has been working on for 3 years or so. And I've had these other little bills which crack away at different pieces within MEMA. And I think what we're seeing in the entire field is, a shift towards preparation and resilience and disaster mitigation, which we're seeing at the federal level too, which is why they're shifting some of the FEMA funds to disaster mitigation. And I guess my question is, are you open to working with others of us on the committee who have similar bills or bills that might fit together so that we're coordinated as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's
Great, thanks.
These types of bills, right? So it's really to help bring coordination, and whether that's through legislation or through actual coordination with the different agencies, I think that's incredibly important.
Thank you, Senator Hester. Mr. Bratt wanted to add something about the expansion of government. Mr. Bratt, if you could do that super briefly, please. We've got a couple of bills left.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. I just wanted to add to the record that I believe the fiscal note that MEMA submitted indicates that they have 68 pins, just the relative size of the organization. I believe that does not include approximately 30 to 40 contractual staff that they have. So the size of the organization is roughly 100 people, which, and according to their fiscal note, would represent approximately a 3% increase if they became an independent agency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bratt. Senator Riley.
I'm going to be very supportive of this bill, and I have to share with you, and I'll get to a question. We are talking about changing the 911 environment, elevating call takers, first responders, all these different people who have moving parts within the system, and they need the representation close as possible to the governor. And you can't get much better than a secretary. Senator Lamb, under the fiscal note, does it talk about any of the fees the additional revenue being generated by our fee change system being able to help this organization?
I don't think the fiscal note addresses that, but if you have suggestions, I'm certainly open to that.
Well, I think we have money going here and money going there. I think by establishing another department with a secretary at the top provides the seriousness and the consistency. we're still dealing with so many, what's it called, Senator Kagan, PSAPs. We need the ability to provide continuity, equipment and training consistency across the state. Again, core function of government. I'll be very supportive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Riley, and thank you again for your service on the commission. I think we're going to, we do have an opponent. I just want, since it was referenced by Ms. Sierra and others, I think with my background, I don't think I'm going to be able to show this. I will undo this. I just want to reference the commission's work, and I appreciate Senator Lamb's interest. But this is the annual report, and on page 21, I just want to flag 911 board placement and just flag. So Senator Lamb mentioned that there were, his slide showed that there were 6 states that had done something similar. Virginia, Senator Lamb, just became another state to do this last year, actually, and we've been in close conversation with them on this. So, so thank you for your interest and your support of the commission's work. And with that, I think we should go to the opponent. There are some written unfavorables, but Emily Tarsal is here to testify orally. If Ms. Tarsal is here. Do we see Ms. Tarsal? Lemuria?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, I see Chris Tarsal. Okay, I see Emily Tarsal signed up, and your name is?
Emily Tarsal.
Okay, all right, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Tarsal.
Thank you.
Up to 2.5 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, I don't know how to bring up the screen, but well, thank you. Good afternoon to Vice Chair Keegan and the committee members. So I'm Emily Tarsal. I'm here alone. I'm by myself, but I'm not alone. I represent several citizen groups with questions regarding Senate Bill 68. So the bill would move MEMA up from being an agency under the Maryland Military Department to being an independent department directly under the command of the governor with secretary appointed by him. As I understand it currently, the Maryland Military Department has oversight regarding decisions made in emergency situations via MEMA. So what does it mean to cut out the oversight of the Maryland Military Department? The bill does not seem to provide any provisions for alternative oversight or mechanisms for challenging gubernatorial decisions made under emergency conditions, particularly if they're prolonged. So there's good reason why the military is not a department in the executive branch, and probably good reason why MEMA was originally placed under the military. So would moving MEMA to be under the direct control of the governor, even in non-emergency situations, blur some of the separation of power between the executive and the military? And in the past, when military needed to be deployed, that request was sanctioned by MEMA. So we're just trying to understand if these concerns, and some of the language in the bill also regards a compact between Maryland and other states and parties, which was ratified under the current structure. So if there's a change in command, would the compact need to be re-ratified by the Maryland legislature? Now, most people can understand the need for central command in an emergency for a limited amount of time to coordinate efforts and hopefully maximize public benefit. But centralization can also result in loss of public input, the loss of checks and balances, and the loss of one's rights. So there are questions, and we would like to understand the implications of making MEMA an arm of the executive branch. We would feel that these questions need to be clarified before moving forward with the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tarsal. We appreciate your taking the time to participate in democracy. You mentioned that there were many others who agreed with your thoughts. Is there an organization that you would like to identify, or are you speaking just as an individual? Which is
No, there are several organizations. There is Health Choice for Action, of which we're there's a state division, Health Choice Maryland, Informed Choice Maryland, as well as other groups.
Great. Well, thank you again for being with us. Are there questions for Ms. Tarcell? Seeing none, we thank all of the witnesses and Senator Lamb, and that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 68. Going back to the chairman now.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. We're going to Senate Bill 137, Senator Zucker. This is transit administration conversion to zero emission buses. We have Senator Zucker followed by Ramon Palencia Calvo and Nishanth Khanna and Elizabeth Bunn. Again, lead witness can use up to 5 minutes. This is other than the sponsor, and subsequent can use up to 2.5 minutes. I do not see any opposition, either written or oral. Senator Zucker, I know you've been busy in budget and tax. Welcome to EHE.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Madam Vice Chair, colleagues. Gosh, you guys have been doing great work today, and I appreciate you sneaking me in at the end here. Here again, presenting Senate Bill 137. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to salute you. I know that the zero emissions when it comes to buses has been a priority for you, and I've appreciated our partnership and working with you on this. So you've heard this bill last year, and so I'll just keep it very brief. This will, in FY23, move the Maryland bus fleet into zero emission. We've been working with the Maryland Department of Transportation on it. This effort would meet the Maryland Department of Environment Energy's greenhouse reduction plan. It also, I know that there's a fiscal note, but that the Maryland State Department of Transportation is going in that direction anyway. And with zero emission buses, it will help to cut down on maintenance and gas cost beyond the benefits, the immeasurable, invaluable benefits it'll have, positive benefits it'll have on our environment. So with that, I did want to just say that there's 2 amendments that are being offered. They're offered by me, but it's really from the Maryland Department of Transportation that if you could see in their testimony, they say that it's clarifying. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I could turn it over to the panel. I know you've had a long day.
Senator, if you don't mind, we'd prefer holding questions till we hear from the panelists.
Absolutely, sir.
2 minutes to wait.
Absolutely, sir. Yeah, I'm on your schedule. So you.
Okay. Mr. Palencia Calvo.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Ramon Palencia Calvo, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Maryland Eagle Conservation Borders. I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of SB 137, Zero Emission Bus Transition Act. This bill is a priority for Maryland LCB and the environmental community. And I also want to thank Senator Zucker for his leadership on this important issue. We at Maryland LCB work at the intersection of climate change mitigation and equity, and this bill addresses both. This is a bill for the climate and for public health. We are experiencing a climate crisis, and carbon emissions are causing this crisis. We are all aware of the effects of climate change in Maryland, including extreme weather events such as floods and heat waves, and the threat of sea level rise. And the pollution from carbon emission not only fuels climate change, but also has a devastating effect in our health, especially the health of our underserved communities. But we are running out of time, and we need to act now. Transitioning MTA's bus fleets to zero emission buses is already part of Governor Hogan's Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reduction Act draft plan. The plan calls for a goal of 50% fleet by 2030. This bill follows a much needed and aggressive timeline due to the urgency of climate change. But still, the transition is gradual. There are currently more than 1,000 electric buses throughout the country, operating under all types of weather conditions and terrain. This is a proven technology past pilot project stages. Other transit systems in the country, such as Chicago, New York, are enacting similar plans because zero-emission buses make sense economically, for public health, for the climate, and for future generations. On the financial side, electric buses are already cost-effective compared to diesel buses. Although they cost more upfront, as you can see on the fiscal note, Savings in fuel, operation, and maintenance throughout the life of the bus makes them more cost-effective, as confirmed by agencies across the country. Los Angeles County reported savings of $46,000 per bus per year. Chicago saved $54,000 per bus per year. And our very own Frederick County is saving $50,000 per bus per year. Those savings allow transit agencies to recoup the investment in approximately 5 years and then continue saving throughout the remaining years the buses are in operation. Buses usually run at least 12 years. In terms of health concerns, diesel emissions are the most harmful type of transportation emissions. Diesel exhaust is carcinogenic to humans and causes long-term damage to lungs in children. In the city of Baltimore, children are directly exposed to diesel exhaust when riding MTA buses to and from school. Transitioning to clean electric buses will eliminate tailpipe emissions, improving health outcomes, and significantly reducing healthcare costs. Finally, transportation is the largest source of carbon pollution in Maryland. We cannot tackle climate change and meet the carbon emission reduction goals that you have set for Maryland if we do not transform the transportation sector into a sustainable system. An electric bus produces significantly lower emissions than a diesel hybrid or natural gas bus over the entire lifetime of the bus. Even in places where the grid is carbon intensive, every electric bus eliminates the equivalent of taking 27 cars off the road. If you multiply that by the 100 vehicle MTA bus fleet, the reductions are very significant. It would be the equivalent of taking more than 20,000 cars off the road, including reductions in deadly particulate matter and ozone. The future of electric buses is now, and Maryland needs to commit to electrifying its bus fleet immediately. And for those reasons, Maryland Legal Conservation Voters strongly urges a favorable report on this priority bill. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palencia Calvo. Nishanath Cannon, please.
Yep, that's me. Hello. Hi, my name is Nishanth Khanna, and I'm a neuroradiology physician employed by Johns Hopkins and a board member of the Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility. I'm here today in support of SB 137 out of a deep concern for the health and well-being of Marylanders. Diesel fuel emissions from internal combustion engines, like those found in our MTA buses, pose a significant health risk to our communities. Diesel fuel in particular is the most damaging of all vehicle emissions to our respiratory system. This is in part because it contains the highest concentration of ultrafine particles, which would allow it to achieve deeper penetration into our respiratory airways and ultimately enter our circulation with greater efficiency than other forms of gasoline emissions, including unleaded gasoline. The emissions from diesel fuel contain at least 40 substances known to cause negative health effects in humans. These include nitrogen oxides, benzene, formaldehyde, and heavy metals. In 2012, the WHO categorized emissions from diesel vehicles as a known human carcinogen. Diesel emissions have also been shown to cause and exacerbate a variety of respiratory diseases, including asthma, the respiratory diseases that vehicle emissions can cause, and the air pollution to which vehicle emissions make a substantial contribution have both also been implicated in increased morbidity and mortality related to COVID-19. In addition to the direct impact on our health, vehicle emissions from our transportation sector generally are the single largest contributor to our greenhouse gas emissions driving climate change. And climate change, don't need to repeat, but threatens the existence of all of humanity. As the scientific and medical community continue to learn more about the deleterious effects of diesel vehicle emissions on our health and its contribution to climate change, the urgency with which we need to transition to zero-emission vehicles, including our MTA buses, becomes clear. As a physician and board member representing the Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility, I urge a favorable report, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. And finally, Ms. Bunn.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Pinsky and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Bunn, and I'm the Maryland State Director for the Labor Network for Sustainability. Our mission is to engage workers and communities in building a transition that is ecologically sustainable and economically just. Thank you for affording us the opportunity to speak in support of a favorable report on Senate Bill 137. As has been said many times today, with respect to other bills, we face daunting interrelated crises: public health, climate, and economic. Your legislative task of tackling all these is urgent and made all the more challenging by pandemic-related budgetary constraints. Senate Bill 137 takes an important step in addressing these crises in a fiscally prudent manner. The immediate fiscal footprint is minimal because the effective start date is 2023. Only then will MTA be prohibited from entering into purchase contracts for any buses other than zero emissions buses. And since, as has been pointed out, ZEF buses are already cheaper over their lifespan, the impact on the long-term bottom line is positive. And that impact will improve over time as ZEF costs continue to go down and as Maryland concurrently transitions to cheaper sources of electric power. The climate footprint is also positive. In Maryland, the transportation sector accounts for 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. Transitioning away from diesel buses will reduce emissions and will likely increase ridership on buses. If you've never been on a zero emissions bus, trust me when I say that they are so much quieter and without fumes, it's a pleasure to ride on them. ZEV buses are also a public health imperative because they eliminate other toxic pollutants emitted by diesel buses that contribute to cardiac and pulmonary disease. Importantly, the bill also protects workers who operate and maintain MTA's fleet. It guarantees equivalent job opportunities to any who might be displaced by the transition. The bill could be strengthened by clarifying that these just transition provisions include any necessary training for workers on how to operate and maintain ZEV buses. The technology is different and new. This bill's worker protections are a wonderful model for how we should be approaching all climate policies. One final note, Maryland should work to leverage economic opportunities as part of its overall greenhouse gas reduction strategy. A number of jurisdictions who have required the purchase of ZEV buses, like Los Angeles, have developed procurement policies that incentivize for local quality job creation, not just any jobs, but quality jobs. When this bill is enacted, Maryland should do the same. We urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 137. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Questions for the sponsor or his witnesses? Any questions? Seeing none, I believe. Hold on. No, there are questions. I'm sorry, I had the wrong screen up. Senator Riley, followed by Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Zucker, last year, what was the outcome of your bill?
Repeat the question again.
Last year, you had this bill in. What happened to it?
I don't think it passed EHE. I think we got in the middle of a global pandemic.
Okay, that's fine.
I think it was taken up on March 17th.
Oh, yeah, well, happy St. Patty's Day. I got it.
All right.
Has anybody provided you with information about the cost of the electricity needed to run one of these buses? I understand we're going to give up the diesel fuel, which in a sense could be a financial savings, but there's always the cost to recharge the batteries. Has anybody provided you with any of those details?
There's, I mean, it's on the fiscal note. I could just reflect.
Oh, is it? That's fine. I'll look at it. Thank you.
So it's on
Number two,
page 3,
that's fine.
Senator. Yeah, no problem.
Number two, how far has battery storage come? I've got a hybrid Avalon, Toyota Avalon, getting 40 miles to the gallon, but I still need gasoline at certain points. I presume these zero emission buses have huge batteries. Has the battery storage advancement obviously been successful? We have 1,000 of these buses in the United States, right?
Right.
Is there a limit on how many hours or miles that these things charge up for?
I guess a couple things. One is you have better mileage than I do. So once this pandemic's over, you and I should carpool to work. Second is I may leave it to some of the other experts on the battery size and life of the zero emission buses. I could just tell you that that ultimately it's going to save time and resources and cost with this type of technological advancement. But I don't know if the panel has anything else to add on.
No need to answer it today. If somebody wants to send an email to the committee, we'll pass it around. You know, I love the details. Thank you, Mr. Senator Zucker.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Zucker. And I'm used to saying Chair Zucker, as you were my first chair on House Appropriations. I just wanted to ask you a couple questions, and you may want to follow up with us because I realize you probably haven't had the time to see the letters that came from MDOT and MEA. And they're just raising points. MDOT raised the point that conversion to a fully zero emission fleet is highly dependent on continued advancement of technology. Furthermore, MDOT MTA buses are occasionally deployed statewide for emergency evacuation or special event needs. It is important to note that the range and fueling limitations of zero emission buses could make certain statewide deployments impossible. So I just wanted to just kind of flag that for you from MDOT. And MEA made the point that they were urging that state and local governments be allowed to remain flexible in selecting the option that matches their fleet duty cycles appropriately and produces the greatest GHG emission reductions with the limited resources available. So I just wanted to, Senator Zucker, just point that out, was in the in our packet. Maybe as a follow-up when we go beforehand to discuss those responses.
Yeah, so I guess very quickly, because I know you all have had a very long day and I'm sure it's going to be longer. This bill specifically does not apply to any locally operated transit system. So that would be exempt from that. Second is, I'm kind of confused by the Maryland Department of Transportation letter, given that they're going to be phasing into this anyway. I mean, this is part of what the state government is working toward, but be happy to provide you more information offline, Senator, or online, wherever you suggest, Senator. But appreciate your interest in this.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. And let me just add, the Department of the Environment has already committed to a transition to at least 50%. So the concept is not new, and I think the administration has been moving in this direction. Seeing no further questions, that completes the hearing on Senator Zucker's Bill 137. I'm going to shift it to the Vice Chairwoman, and I believe Senator Elfreth's bill is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 195, Senator Elfreth, PFAS chemicals, prohibitions and requirements. Senator Elfreth, welcome back to EHE.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Sarah Elfreth, representing Maryland's District 30, here to present Senate Bill 195. Environment, PFAS, chemicals, prohibitions, and requirements. This committee heard about PFAS last year and worked to pass a very strong PFAS-related bills related to firefighting foam for training purposes, which really followed in the footsteps of our neighboring Commonwealth of Virginia, who was the kind of spark of that idea. This bill takes that even further. Just a reminder, PFAS are also known as forever chemicals. They are rampant throughout our environment and in our bodies. And once they enter, they start to accumulate and they're there forever. There's anywhere between 4,500 and 9,000 different variants of these chemicals. And they are linked to serious illnesses, including testicular, kidney, liver, and pancreatic cancer, reproductive problems, and low birth weights, as well as weakened immunity amongst children. I spent one of the movies I watched when we adjourned last year in our interim was Dark Waters with Mark Ruffalo, that talks about the fight over PFAS chemicals as it relates to DuPont. And I was waiting for this bill to be heard, just pulled up an article that DuPont's putting a $4 billion fund together to deal with liabilities as it relates to all of the lawsuits involving PFAS chemicals. So that's all to say that this is an issue that is being talked about in many other states, talked about at the national level, talked about here, the Maryland Department of Environment is already undergoing testing of about 160 drinking water sites, as well as oysters, to see the prevalence of PFAS chemicals in our environment. MDE really took a leading role, and I want to thank the Secretary for his leadership there and working with the House sponsor and myself on this bill. We'll have the results of those studies at the end of spring. But in the meantime, we also wanted to make sure we as a legislature continued this conversation about these harmful chemicals. So that all brings me to Senate Bill 195, which really tries to take a more active step in addressing the prevalence of these chemicals. As I mentioned, they're everywhere. They're in your popcorn, instant popcorn that you make, in the coating of that popcorn. They're on the coating of your soup can when you pour out your soup and the kind of slippery edges. That's a PFA chemical to stop the soup from sticking to the can. They're in our rugs and carpeting. They're in our firefighting foam, as I mentioned, and all over food packaging. So Senate Bill 195 tries to take a big proactive step in addressing these chemicals. It does three things. It prohibits the use of PFAS-based chemicals in our firefighting foam, and then requires stringent oversight for instances where the use of foam is required under federal law. My colleagues from Anne Arundel County remember just this last fall, there was a spillage of firefighting foam into the Bear Branch Creek, into the Severn River, resulting in some fish kills and a number of stories about that. So it prohibits the use in firefighting foam. Number two, it prohibits the use on rugs and carpets. The legislation will strictly prohibit sale or manufacturing of rugs that contain PFA chemicals. And number three, it prohibits the sale and manufacturing of food packaging that contain intentionally added PFA chemicals. So altogether, this sounds very drastic, but we're already seeing the market respond to this conversation and this deep concern on PFA chemicals and their prevalence. We're seeing giant Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Food Lion, Stop and Shop, Amazon, and Hannah Foods have all committed to eliminating PFAS in their packaging in the out years. We're watching McDonald's, Chipotle, Taco Bell, Panera, Cava, and Sweetgreen have all made commitments to phase out PFAS in their food packaging. Home Depot and Lowe's have announced the commitment to ending sales and carpeting treated with PFAS, and Staples has announced a policy to eliminate PFAS from stores. So I think the market is responding in a positive way, but we still need to have these conversations about state to state, unfortunately, while the federal government refuses to take action, to keep moving this policy ball forward and to make sure that we're protecting Marylanders. This pandemic has shown a direct link between our environment and our health. And this is one of those bills. And I think you've been, as I've listened into your committee hearings today, that's kind of the conversation and topic of the day, the linkage between the two. And so, Madam Vice Chair, I have a number of experts on this panel that are much better versed in this issue than I am, but I am privileged to bring this Senate bill to you and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your leadership, Senator Elfreth, and your lead proponent from the Natural Resource Defense Council, a wonderful organization, Anna Reed. Thank you for joining us. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Anna Reed. I'm a scientist with the Natural Resources Defense Council and hold a PhD in developmental biology. I am the organization's lead scientist on PFAS. NRDC supports SB 195 to restrict the unnecessary use of PFAS, which are often thought of as the public health perfect storm, basically because they are extremely persistent and can be highly immobile. So PFAS are found throughout our environment. Further, they can bioaccumulate or build up in plants, animals, and humans. National monitoring shows that they have contaminated the bodies of virtually all Americans. Finally, they are linked to a wide array of health harms, including cancer, kidney and liver damage, developmental and reproductive harm, and immune system toxicity. An example of this is a decreased antibody response to vaccines, an effect that is particularly relevant at this moment in light of COVID-19. Despite these hazard characteristics, PFAS are still widely used, and the number of chemicals in this class has grown to over 9,000 known variations. Today, managing the risk of PFAS is focused primarily on one chemical at a time. This approach has not been effective at controlling widespread exposures to PFAS, as new PFAS have been rushed in to replace any banned or regulated PFAS. The high potential for harm, as well as the sheer number and volume of PFAS, demand a more efficient and effective approach, which is why prominent scientists from around the world are urging a class-based approach for managing PFAS, including a phase-out of all non-essential uses. SB 195 will address several major non-essential uses of PFAS, namely firefighting foam, carpets and rugs, and food packaging. The use of PFAS-based firefighting foam is a major source of drinking water contamination across our nation. Further, studies show that firefighters have higher levels of PFAS in their bodies, unnecessarily putting their health at greater risk. Independent experts have concluded that PFAS-based firefighting foams should be phased out and safer alternatives are effective and available. Multiple countries and US states, major international airports, several oil and chemical companies have committed to or have already transitioned away from PFAS foam. Further, fluorine-free foams have been used successfully in commercial aircraft fires, large oil and chemical fires around the world. Thank you for the action you took last year by passing HB 619 to ban PFAS-containing firefighting foam. This bill builds on that work by strengthening that ban and ensuring safe storage of contaminated firefighting foam so that this waste doesn't end up contaminating Maryland's water supplies. PFAS-treated carpets and rugs are a major source of PFAS in our homes. This is particularly concerning for our young. Researchers have estimated 40 to 60% of PFAS exposure in infant and children come from treated carpets. The young are particularly susceptible to the harmful effects of PFAS due to their rapid growth and development. Considering almost all infants and young children are exposed to PFAS during pregnancy and through contaminated breast milk or formula, it is critical that we minimize the exposure wherever possible. The good news is that major carpet manufacturers such as Shaw and Mohawk and retailers such as IKEA, Home Depot, and Lowe's have all phased out PFAS from their carpets and rugs, so we know this can be done. Finally, PFAS containing food packaging can expose us to PFAS as we eat and also through contamination of through our food and water supplies. For example, compost that is contaminated with PFAS-laden food packaging can be used by farmers, and which would inadvertently contaminate their groundwater, their crops, and their livestock. Thankfully, multiple companies are producing PFAS-free food packaging, and the industry is following their lead. Further, major chains like McDonald's and Chipotle have already made these commitments to ending the use of PFAS in their food packaging. And Denmark has actually banned PFAS in food packaging a couple of years ago. In summary, SB 195 will end the unnecessary use of PFAS in key products of concern and will help protect our firefighters, our children, and our communities from these toxic forever chemicals. We ask for your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reed. Brent Walls, followed by Emily Scarr and Linda Boyd.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Brent Walls, and I'm your Upper Potomac River Keeper with Potomac River Keeper Network. We are an environmental advocacy organization protecting the public's right to clean water. I have an environmental science background, and I've been working on environmental issues for over 20 years. I'm a Navy veteran who has directly worked with firefighting foam, AFFF, and I am very concerned about my personal PFAS levels. My 18-year-old daughter is also a first responder firefighter that could be exposed to AFFF during her career. For 2 years, I have been assessing the extent of PFAS pollution in the Upper Potomac. I've reviewed the conclusions of the CDC and the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry from the PFAS exposure assessment conducted in Martinsburg, West Virginia last year. The agency has concluded that the elevated levels of PFAS in 300 residents tested were exposed to PFAS by ingestion of water and food products, as well as inhalation of dust particles from rugs, carpets, and upholstery that have that stain-resistant PFAS compound. I've collected water samples from streams and private wells in the Upper Potomac that have shown elevated levels of PFAS. I've tested the discharge from 2 Maryland wastewater treatment plants on the Antietam Creek in Washington County. Both wastewater plants showed high PFAS levels in their discharge, and the background levels of PFAS in the Antietam Creek were also elevated. These 2 wastewater plants do not have any industrial manufacturers of PFAS or PFAS-related products. The PFAS from these systems are from residential and commercial sewer. The PFAS levels are coming from their waste, from washing machines, dishwashers, and personal care products of the 40,000 plus residents. I also have uncovered data from the USGS fisheries biologists that sampled over 30 smallmouth bass for PFAS in the Antietam Creek and found that all 30 samples showed PFAS levels over 1,000 times higher than the EPA's drinking water guidance. This bill really is the first step that Maryland should take in the protection of Maryland citizens from a man-made chemical that has been linked to several cancers and health disorders. I urge this committee to vote in favor of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walls. You were right on time. I was just figuring out when to cut you off, so thank you very much. Just a reminder that subsequent witnesses get up to 2.5 minutes. So, Ms. Scar, welcome to
Hi, my name is Emily Scar. I'm the director of Maryland PIRG, the statewide consumer group. Nice to see everyone. Maryland PIRG is strongly supports SB 195 to protect our communities from PFAS exposure. We're just beginning to learn the extent of contamination of PFAS in the state. But one thing I've learned over the last year wrestling toddlers in quarantine is that if one of your sinks is overflowing, the first thing you do is you turn off the tap. And it's time for us to turn off the tap on new contamination of PFAS. As you can see in my written testimony, the PFAS Protection Act has backing from environmental groups across the state. In November, Maryland PIRG hosted a panel discussion on PFAS in the Chesapeake Bay, and we had hundreds and hundreds of community members turn out because they're concerned about the impact PFAS is having on their waterways, their farms, their seafood, and consumer products. The proposed policy is based on existing policy throughout our country and aligns with corporate trends in reducing PFAS exposure, catching up Maryland in addressing this growing crisis. You can see in my testimony, there's a fact sheet which lists all the companies that are phasing out PFAS. McDonald's just actually made an announcement like 2 weeks ago saying they're phasing out PFAS from their food packaging. To be clear, this bill does not ban PFAS in all uses. Instead, it restricts PFAS chemicals where they are both non-essential and easily replaceable with safer alternatives, and where multiple states or companies have already acted. So our nation's leading experts on PFAS exposure, including Anna, who I'm so glad was here with us today, are calling for us to regulate these chemicals as a class and stop these non-essential uses because of the serious impacts they have on public health. I don't want to sugarcoat things. We do likely have an uphill battle in front of us in Maryland and across the country to deal with the PFAS contamination in our communities and our waterways. And in order to address the problem, there's probably going to be more bills coming your way to stop new contamination, which this bill does, but also to enact testing, limits, and remediation efforts for our existing contamination, and to ensure the polluting industries are held liable for the environmental and public health damages they have caused. But given this is a virtual session, we thought it best to start the conversation and pursue more of those issues down the road. Just this week, as Senator Elfreth said, DuPont and Chemours agreed on a $4 billion settlement on PFAS contamination, and the governor of Wisconsin announced that he is suing and taking legal action against the chemical industry as well. So let's do our best in Maryland to get ahead of this problem as quickly as we can. We strongly encourage a favorable report. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scar. Joining us now is Linda Boyd. Ms. Boyd, welcome to EHE.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee. I won't take much of your time because I know how tired you all must be. You have been at this all day. But I wanted to give you a little different slant. You've heard all the reasons why PFAS are bad and what they do to our environment and what they do to the people, to those of us living in this environment. I'd like to put another slant on it, and that is in the Judeo-Christian tradition. We believe that God created the world and us in love, and that God has entrusted us to take care of his creation and to treat it with love. I think this bill takes a huge step toward doing that and protecting our children and our future generations from harm. Thank you so much for taking your time. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. We're first going to take the favorable with amendments, and then we will take questions for those who are proponents. Thank you very much. We do have a favorable with amendments. Alex Butler from the Maryland Association of Counties, MACO. Mr. Butler, are you here? Okay, Lemuria, do we think Mr. Butler's around or coming back? We will move on. And if he joins us, we will see if we can wedge him in. We're going to shift to the opponents. There are 4 people who have signed up or are have been selected. Michael Ratchford, Mitch Hubert, Sarah Price, and Sean Swearingen. Most of them do not have affiliations listed when they signed up. If you're here as an individual, please make that clear. And if you are here with an affiliation, then we would like to know that. So we do now have some hands up. Let's do those for the proponents, and then the 4 opponents. We would look forward to hearing your testimony. Senator Elfreth or one of your witnesses, I have 2 questions in the bill I wonder if you could speak to. On page 3, lines 9 and 10, it says rug or carpet means a thick fabric used to cover a floor for residential purposes. Ms. Reed, you especially talked about, but both of you talked about the danger of carpet. Why is it that we're going for residential only? Is it just too big a lift to look at commercial? And then I have one more question. Either of you can take it.
Ms. Reed, we based this bill, Senator, on taking what we thought were the best pieces from other states that have been successful. And I know Ms. Reed is an expert on those bills. Ms. Reed?
Yes. So my understanding is commercial carpet, that market has already moved out of PFAS long before the residential market has moved out. If we wanted to be extra sure and to include that, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but the commercial market was the first to move out thanks to efforts from large purchasers like Kaiser and Google that asked for PFAS-free carpets.
That's fantastic. Thank you for that, Ms. Reed. My other question is on page 6 of the bill, talking about the disposal of chemicals, of materials with PFAS chemicals, line 21 through 25. Using incineration, including by burning, combustion, pyrolysis, and I didn't have time to look it up yet, what that is. Gasification, thermal oxidation, acid recovery furnace or oxidizer or roaster, cement kiln, lightweight aggregate kiln, industrial furnace, boiler and process heater, or putting it in a landfill. So I'm just curious, if you can't do any of those things, how do you get rid of this stuff?
Would you like me to take that?
Miss, please take
Yes, so one of the issues that scientists are having right now is that there isn't a safe option for disposal at the moment. And so what we are urging is a temporary storage solution until there's a lot of research going on in this field. And what we're facing right now, and this is, you'll see a guidance came out from the EPA on various different options for disposal. The problem that we have right now is we don't have good test methods for all the different environmental media that we need to monitor to actually be confident that any of these methods that are coming out for alternatives for disposal are actually safe. So we need to have validated test methods for air that doesn't exist yet. So we can't actually be positive that when we have any type of incineration that we're not releasing PFAS again into the environment. And so I think this is something that is a national problem, a global problem, and there's a lot of people working on good solutions for this. And so unfortunately, the answer is temporary storage at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Reed. Senator Gallion. I'm sorry, Senator Elfreth.
No, I just want to add on that I think you hit the nail on the head that, and as did Ms. Reed, there's so much unknown on the science side of this because we're dealing with potentially 9,000 different variants of this chemical, and a lot of it I imagine is proprietary information, and so we're still trying to figure out how to safely dispose of this man-made problem. And I saw the testimony from, I believe, Mako. If they were here, they asked if we were to pass this that we would think about how to assist the locals in that disposal, and I'm very much committed to doing that if this committee sees fit to move this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Elfreth. Question from Senator Gallion, followed by Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Elfreth. I noticed last year's bill, Senate Bill 420, that dealt with the firefighting foam, that you got a consensus there. I look back at the bill and there was testimony in favor of this from different firefighting organizations.
Yeah.
There was a letter from Maryland State Firemen's Association, Maryland Fire Rescue Institute, and also the International Association of Firefighters. I noticed in the bill forward this year, I see none of them responding one way or the other. So I guess the question would be, did you reach out to them and why haven't they weighed in?
Thank you, Senator. And I'm remiss that I did not mention that in my testimony. Yes, we've been working with them since the fall, with IAFF in particular, since the fall, to make sure that they are comfortable with this bill. They're not here, and it's a victim of our different session this year. We just couldn't get them in time to sign up. But I believe that there will be a written testimony delivered to the committee from IAFF, and I will triple check to make sure that that's on your desks today. Thank you for that.
How about the State Firemen's Association? MSFA?
We're going to circle back with all of them. I don't want to speak for each of them until we get it unwritten, but generally the firefighting community, we went to them first before to make sure that they were okay with this. And that we've had general support, again, because so much of the country's already moved away and they have those safer alternatives. But we need to go back and round every single one of them up to ensure that, we've triple checked, since there are a lot of different fire associations in the state.
Senator, I appreciate I will work with you to make sure that you have the testimony as soon as we get it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Senator Gallion. Senator Carozza?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And Senator Elfreth, my question is along the lines of Senator Gallion's. In putting together this legislation, which sounds like it started, way back in the interim, I wanted to flush out a little bit what stakeholders you actually worked with on the front end. I see some of the testimony of the proponents, and so I understand they would be involved. But from the standpoint, we've asked about the firefighters and also about those businesses that would be impacted by this legislation. Who did you work with on that end as well?
On crafting this bill, we worked with primarily Maryland PIRG, NRDC, the environmental groups, the firefighters, and anybody who reached out to us. Since then, we've met with a number of chemical companies. I'm not sure if that's the correct, but anybody who's reached out to us, we've met with so far. But in terms of the retailers, we did not meet with them in advance, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carozza. Let's go to, I see no other hands. Senator Gallion, I assume that's an old hand you haven't lowered yet online? Okay. So let's go to the opponents, if we could please, up to 2.5 minutes each. We will start off, please, with Michael Ratchford. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. Madam Vice Chairman, Chairwoman, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I'm Michael Ratchford. I'm an associate with W.L. Gore and Associates, privately held company and a Maryland manufacturer since 1973. Gore employs approximately 2,900 associates in Cecil County, where we make a number of technologically advanced products of high societal value. In fact, we're the largest private sector employer in Cecil County. I'm here this afternoon to speak in opposition of Senate Bill 195. So while Gore does not make firefighting foam, rugs and carpeting, or food packaging, we do use fluoropolymers, which are included in the 4,000 to 7,000 substances defined as PFAS in this legislation. We believe this definition of PFAS is overly broad. Hello? We believe the definition of PFAS is overly broad and could lead to the unintended restriction of fluoropolymers. Gore uses fluoropolymers to make products of high society value, including implantable medical devices, Gore-Tex membranes, filtration and venting used in emission controls, fuel cell components, and products used in the pharmaceutical industry to make COVID-19 vaccines. We have three main concerns with the legislation as drafted. First, as I said, the definition of PFAS is overly broad and includes fluoropolymers, which are highly stable, too large to be bioavailable, and do not have the potential to become widespread in the environment. Secondly, we believe the timeline for transitioning retail products is unrealistic. In the absence of a regulatory assessment on the performance of alternatives, there is no means to demonstrate that any replacements for PFAS will be an improvement over current products. Third, the proposed definition of food packaging is very broad and could be interpreted to cover a wide range of durable food processing equipment, such as tubing, refrigerators, ovens, and refrigerated rail cars. Due to the complexity of this topic and the chemistry, we believe the better course of action is to establish a regulatory program rather than effect a legislative ban on select products. For these reasons, we ask for an unfavorable report on this legislation. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Ratchford, and I deeply apologize. You know, we still have to deal with our staff and stuff. I thought I was muted, so I regret that. Mitch Hubert, you are next for up to 2.5 minutes. Or Hubert?
Yeah, thanks. It's Hubert.
Okay. I'm giving you
Honorable Pinsky and members of this committee, my name is Mitch Hubert. Thank you for the opportunity to address your committee today. I'm speaking on behalf of the Firefighting Foam Coalition and urge you to reconsider Senate Bill 195. I hold degrees in both biology and chemistry and have been working in the firefighting foam industry for more than 40 years as a formulation chemist and firefighter. Our coalition, the Firefighting Foam Coalition, is made up of foam manufacturers from throughout the world, all of whom are working feverishly to replace fluorinated foams with non-fluorinated versions. Excuse me, my computer isn't doing what I want it to do. This proposed legislation on fluorinated firefighting foam will hamper and possibly prevent firefighting efforts on large catastrophic fires. Taking this very important tool from firefighters will jeopardize the environment and firefighter safety. Sadly, we are faced with the legacy issue of fluorinated surfactants that were released to the environment from firefighting foams, largely through testing and fire training, much of which was mandated through laws and standards. If we could turn back the hands of time on those practices, we would surely do so. What is important at this juncture is to minimize any additional discharges. There are still fire scenarios and industry segments where the current technology utilized in fluorine-free foams falls short of providing the type of performance that can assure large catastrophic fires can be successfully fought and extinguished, and which provide a measure of safety for the firefighters and other first responders. While we continue to make advances in fluorine-free foam technology, we are still not at a point where those products can be considered as drop-in replacements. This is substantiated by a recent study conducted by the National Fire Protection Association Research Foundation in a rather extensive testing program on the effectiveness of these fluorine-free foams. The conclusion of that report, which is published and can be made available, is that there is more work to do with these products in some fire scenarios. I can provide an electronic copy of this report to committee members if they so desire. The technological problem that we face as formulators is that these types of foams tend to pick up fuel and become contaminated to the point where the foam itself will actually burn when there is chance for the foam to be submerged in the fuel. This can occur when fighting large fuel storage tank or dike fires, or where any chance the industry calls a fuel in-depth fire. These large catastrophic fires can very quickly get out of control and grow to immense conflagrations.
Thank you, Mr. Hubert. If you could, Mr. Hubert, Mr. Hubert,
while these types of fires are rare.
Mr. Hubert, if you could start to wrap up, please. Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you. Basically, what we're saying is there are scenarios where fluorine-free foams will work very effectively, and there are other scenarios where fluorine-free foam falls far short of providing the protection we need. So we'd urge some reconsideration on the bill itself to provide some
thank you,
some help in those types of situations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hubert. Thank you for joining us. The next witness is Sarah Price, but I'm not sure whether I see her in the room. Ms. Price? If not, we will go to Sean Swearingen. Mr. Swearingen, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having me and the opportunity to testify and speak to Senate Bill 195. Like I said, my name is Sean Swearingen. I'm the director of the Alliance for Telomere Chemistry Stewardship. We are a global organization that advocates on behalf of C6 fluorotelomere-based products. Fluorotelomere-based products are versatile chemistries with wetting and spreading features, as well as unique properties that repel water, oil, and stains. These unique characteristics make fluorotelomers a critical component of first responder gear, medical garments, paints and coatings, upholstery, Class B firefighting foam, among other uses that families and businesses across the world rely on. I'd like to underline today how broad SB 195 is and how far-reaching the unintended consequences that it creates as written. While the intent of the legislation is to regulate PFAS or PFAS, what is clearly not understood is how vast and wide-ranging these chemicals and their uses are. As an example, and as mentioned by another witness, broad definition of PFAS contained in SB 195 will have a widespread unintended consequences as written. The definition includes hundreds, if not thousands, of different chemistries. The definition should focus on the specific chemistries of concern. Because of this broad definition, it creates a patchwork of regulations that negatively impact the people of Maryland and the businesses that rely on these products. Just briefly on firefighting foam, as I know somebody else just covered it, Senate Bill 195 rewrites the fluorinated firefighting bill that was just passed in the last session, which entered effect at the end of last year. This legislation already created many protections for Marylanders and our environment, creating standards for treatment and containment, as well as bans on certain usage. Fluorinated firefighting foams are the most effective suppressant for flammable liquid fires, occurring in many military, industrial, and aviation situations that Maryland has many locations of. Limiting use to emergency situations addresses the vast majority of pollution concerns and will save lives in the rare instances where fluorinated foams are necessary. As previously mentioned, the EPA is currently reviewing disposal guidelines for fluorinated foams and is planning to release guidance later this year. Maryland's own study will be duplicative and costly to the state. Incineration, high temperature thermal destruction, is recognized by the EPA as recognized best available technology for treating and disposing of certain chemicals and wastes. Another critical component of Senate Bill 195 is its language seeks to undertake further regulation of food packaging materials when industry is already phasing out use of PFAS in food packaging by the end of 2023.
If you could wrap up, Mr. Swearingen. If you could please wrap up.
Oh, certainly. Well, I'll just go to the end. As ATCS, we'd recommend a clear definition of PFAS while underlining a different class of chemistries within it, restoring the bipartisan fluorinated firefighting foam regulations put in place last session, and then aligning the food packaging sunset timeline with the FDA to end in December 31st, 2023.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swearingen. Before we see if there are any questions for the opposition, I just want to check one more time. Alex Butler from the Maryland Association of Counties, has he joined us? And Sarah Price, an individual in opposition. Seeing neither of them here yet, senators, do you have any questions? Senator Carrozza, you have a brief question?
I do, Madam Vice Chair, and I will be brief. I wanted to direct my question to Mr. Ratchford. First of all, good to see you again, and my best to Liam when you see him next. You caught my attention in your testimony when you mentioned the COVID-19 product. I wanted to better understand that product that you are involved with and how this legislation could possibly impact that product.
So, Senator, good to see you as well. So the product we make are, for example, freeze drying trays. And these are important in the development of the COVID vaccine. And they are used to produce what is known as nucleotides, which are the primary building block used in synthesis of mRNA vaccines. So what our products do, we talk about PFAS and talk about it, there's a very strong carbon bond there, which makes it very applicable to very harsh conditions. So, you know, with COVID vaccine, we're reading that it has to be at almost sub-zero temperatures from development through deployment on it. So we make those trays, we make some flexible tubing for that and other tubing that facilitates all that. And our farm bio business is located, as I said, in Cecil County, Maryland. And so our concern with this legislation is the broad definition of PFAS. As was stated, there's anywhere from 4,000 to 7,000 to 9,000 substances under PFAS, and not all PFAS are the same. So I think what we're all asking for is some way to differentiate the PFAS. You can have a very small molecular PFAS that's highly mobile and bioavailable, or in the case of fluoropolymers, which is what Gore's core materials are based on, they're very large molecules, they're a heavyweight, and they are not mobile. So it needs that distinction, we think, to make it work.
Okay, thank you, Senator Carrozza. I see no other questions from colleagues. Therefore, that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 195. Thank you, Senator Elfreth, and all of the advocates. Turn it back to the chairman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. I don't have the file in front of me. I know what the last bill is. It's
Senate Bill 119.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Oh.
I just don't have all the witness list. But let's start with the sponsor. We have the sponsor. I'm sorry. We have the sponsor, the chairman of Budget and Tax. We welcome him to our committee. It's a very important bill. That's why we kept it last. Plus a voting session today on a lot of major bills. So with that, welcome Chairman Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'll thank you for allowing me to go at the end because of the work that we were doing today. And I can happily report that we unanimously passed both the HBCU bill and the relief bill out of the committee today, and we'll have that, at least the relief bill, on the floor tomorrow. So thank you so much.
And I believe our committee will be taking up the HBCU tomorrow after session.
That's my understanding. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I want to do on the Clean Water Commerce bill is to just give you a little bit of history on how we got to where we were with this. Of course, I think you know that I'm the chair of the Maryland delegation on the Chesapeake Bay Commission. And of course, we spend a lot of time outside of the session reviewing in pretty great detail all of our efforts to clean the bay. And it was over a year ago that we were reviewing the Phase 3 WIP, which of course is our implementation plan, the state's implementation plan for meeting the 2025 TMDL goals. So as I was reviewing that, I noticed something I thought was a little strange, that a lot of the proposed actions were really not terribly cost effective. And I had remembered that we had the Clean Water Commerce Act from 2017, which of course started as a trading bill and then ultimately turned into a procurement bill to buy pollution reductions at its lowest price point. So with the deadline of the TMDL just 4 years away, it seemed like a pretty good opportunity to expand the Clean Water Commerce Act instead of just letting it sunset this year. So that's basically the history, this desire to get the biggest bang for our buck as we are literally racing to meet the goals that have been set out through the TMDL. So what does this bill do? Well, first, of course, it extends the sunset to June 30th, 2030. It also increases the funding to $20 million annually. And so that's out of the Bay Restoration Fund. We picked that number because we believed that it was sustainable. And just as a matter of additional reference, Mr. Chair, I know that your bill, which you heard earlier today, requires, I think it's $15 million out of that fund also for the tree planting project. And I can say safely that between both this increase in the project that we're talking about, as well as assuming your bill moves forward, that there is plenty capacity still within the fund to serve both purposes. It also explicitly removes the exclusion of any sector, practice, or geography from the project ranking. So in the past, agriculture wasn't part of the Clean Water Commerce Act But because, of course, that it is one of the most cost-effective practices, we have included it back in again. The bill would also implement a sector-based allocation to ensure a diversity of restoration practices and locations. So for instance, there's a 35% for agriculture, 20% for environmental justice communities, and 10% for restoration on non-agricultural lands. And within each sector, projects would be scored based on their cost effectiveness and co-benefits. I think you're going to hear a little bit more about the co-benefits issue later. It ensures that sector producing the load reduction gets credit in the WIP, which was a concern for the farm community. And it pays for, it creates a pay for performance environment to ensure achievement environmental outcomes. It also adds the Chesapeake Bay Commission as a member of the BRF Advisory Committee. So the bill is, as it's currently drafted, and as you know, we've got a sort of major amendment that adds to what we originally brought forward. But the bill is currently drafted, does create a special fund within the BRF. We've been having a number of conversations with MDE about a different kind of structure, an account structure. We think that that's probably more workable to get the money out the door to achieve the goals of the fund for TMDL. So you have this one big amendment that we already submitted. There will be this other likely smaller amendment that deals specifically with the nature of the vehicle, the fund versus an account structure. So in summary, this really is about trying to get to that 2025 TML goal. We're going to do, this bill will help in a great way to deal with the desire to do it in the most cost-effective way, to get the job done as quickly as possible. As we reviewed this legislation, and of course, Senator Elfreth is currently on the commission, also with myself, as well as 3 delegates. And then there is a citizen representative, and our good fortune that citizen is former Senator Mac Middleton. And Senator Middleton actually led the work group in multiple meetings over the interim to refine all the provisions of this act to really get buy-in from all sectors who have any involvement or interest in it. So he did a great job, and we're very grateful to him. Also want to thank all the work group members, and I think some are here to provide testimony today. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would certainly be willing to start with our panel, which begins with Senator Milton, but happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, there are 3 witnesses in favor and no opposition. Can you wait through the 3 witnesses and we'll take questions all together, or do you have to run?
Oh, yeah, no, I can wait. Sure, that's great.
Okay, then we have our final 3 witnesses of the day. The first witness has up to 5 minutes, but is not required to use all 5 minutes. Witnesses can use up to 2.5 minutes. Let's start with Senator Middleton.
Chairman Penske, Vice Chairman Kagan, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be back here against you. This is 2 days in a row. This is more time before this committee, I believe, than I spent in the 24 years that I was in the legislature. But it is indeed a privilege. You know, Mr. Chairman, one of my favorite sayings is, quotes is from a very, very famous hockey player named Wayne Gretzky. And he was asked by a reporter, what makes you such a good hockey player? And I use this quote all the time. He says, simply, I anticipate where the puck is going and I skate like hell to get there. Well, we've been skating after something for a long time. With my time on the commission, which I spent many years as the Senate representative and now as the citizens representative, we've had our eye on the goal. We knew where we had to get by 2025. And so we've been racing like hell to get there. And then the second piece of it is that we knew that with this pandemic, there was a lot of uncertainties with this session. You know, we could have somebody come down and the session be closed down. This piece of legislation is very, very important because 2025 is just around the corner, and we really and truly have to get there. And I will say to you, as somebody that's been on the commission, I don't know that there's been anybody on the Senate side that has taken this whole issue more seriously than Senators Gazone and Elfridge. They've had their eye on the prize. And as Senator Gazone has already said, last year we looked at this whole entire thing and how are we going to get there, especially when you take in the Susquehanna and the also now we have to offset for climate change. There's a big, huge lift that we've got to get to those reductions. And so we have been working feverishly on that. The minute we got the go ahead, we got the bill drafted. I looked at the bill and I thought, my God, this bill is almost perfect. But we wanted to make sure that when the session opened, we'd have a bill that's ready to go. And as you said, we only have 3 witnesses that have signed up and supported with nobody in opposition. That's because of the great work that the stakeholders did. And I want you to know, there were a lot of meetings that we had right around the Christmas holidays. And even despite that, we had full participation at every one of those 4 meetings that we did have. So, Mr. Chairman, I would again like to reiterate our appreciation for the work that Senator Gazone and Senator Selfridge have done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to go very quickly through the amendments. I thought for your convenience, as I go through each one of the committee members want to follow along, I'll just give you the page number where you can find on the reprint of where those particular amendments are. First amendment, very, very important, was environmental justice, and that you will find on page 6. And we have the Bay Restoration Advisory Committee. We thought it was imperative, thanks to former Delegate Lafferty, that advisory committee also includes somebody from environmental justice. The next amendment you can find on page 7. It has to do with nitrogen. If you look at the reductions that we have to get by 2025, the big one is nitrogen. So we wanted to make sure as we go through this procurement process with efficiency that we focus our attention on nitrogen. But it was brought up at the committee that there may be projects that have reductions in phosphorus and sediment, which we have to get to as well. So we thought that we would add a provision at there that where you have projects that are coming in, when they're scored, they can also be scored and rated on their reductions, their co-benefits of sediment and phosphorus reduction. The next one you'll find on page 70, that's a definition of natural landscapes. We wanted to make sure, just as your bill, Senator Penske, puts an emphasis on the importance of trees and your desire under your bill to plant 5 million trees. We thought that a fixed natural landscape should include in that definition reforestation and afforestation. The next amendment we added on to was on page 8. It has to do with ag set aside. We thought that, and that was one of the beauty of it. In addition to the task force members meeting, there were other task force getting together on the side and working out. And it was brought to us by I guess an agreement between the farming community and the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, that as we do these agriculture set-asides, we ought to concentrate on fixed natural buffers as opposed to structural or short-term things. So it was agreed on that when we evaluate this program, there would be a priority given to fixed natural buffers.
Senator Middleton, we're going to have to pick up the pace.
Okay. On page then we did with environmental justice set aside. We wanted to make sure that stormwater and green infrastructure were also eligible. If you go to page 9 for non-ag set asides, we wanted to make sure that a stream restoration, when we get those projects, there be consideration for upstream things that may occur. We don't want any of those projects blown out because of too much water. On page 8, all projects required to have a minimum of 10 years. We thought, again, we want to go back to those projects that were there for the long run. Also on page 9, we allow for blending. You may have projects that are not only in the agricultural sector, the environmental justice. So that amendment allows for that. On page 10, there's a change of information requested that would include the both co-benefits that a project may have. On page 11, expands the co-benefits to include climate change. If you go to page 10, it encourages third-party non-public funding when they look at ranking the projects. And on page 8, it allows the Maryland Department of Environment to use its existing registry. And then the last provision on page 13 calls for 2025 to do a full evaluation of the agricultural sector, the set-asides. So before I finish, I just want to mention, in addition to the hard work that we did, the hard work that was done by Ann Swanson, who's been the director there, the CEO for 33 years, Mark Hoffman, all the work that he went in with as a Maryland director for the Chesapeake Bay Commission, and two very important people that gave us the legal guidance that we needed, Ridge Hall and Evan Isaacson from the Chesapeake Legal Alliance, and finally Jeff Fretwell from the Maryland Department of Environment. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Middleton, it's wonderful to have you, but you did not beat the clock.
Well, there was a lot.
Yeah, I know, but we have some rules.
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
they're not quite like finance, but we have some rules.
Okay.
Let's go to Delegate Lafferty, and then to Ms. Coble, Executive Director of the League of Conservation Voters.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I first want to acknowledge Senator Guzon and Senator Elfreth, Senator Middleton for his leadership of the work group and also the commission's efforts. This was a very diverse group, which is why I think you don't see any opposition. It was very interactive, a very collaborative process. I think the willingness of everybody to recognize the needs of each stakeholder was critical to this process. From the beginning of my service in the legislature in 2007, I've worked on legislation to improve the Bay's quality as well as the waterways of the state. I think Senate Bill 119 is a continuation of the work that I was engaged in, and I think it's also significant that, as Senator Middleton said, we have a very short time frame in which we're going to try to meet our TMDL requirements. 2025 will be here faster than we can imagine with the scope of the work that still has to be undertaken to clean up the remaining parts of the Bay. So with Senate Bill 119, we're recognizing that new strategies, new technologies, new ways of addressing pollution have to be integrated into the way that we move forward. They have to be cost effective, focus on nitrogen, and also to engage the private sector. This is not only government work, this is really the private sector and private property owners who are going to be engaged in helping us to achieve these goals. I just want to point out a couple of things. One is the 20% set aside to address communities that are disproportionately burdened by environmental harms and risks. I think it's critical to realize that we must address environmental injustices. And by having the Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainability involved, they will be able to provide us some firsthand observations and information that best affects the way that these monies can be utilized. One of the key issues that was debated had to do with how do we get money into more urban and suburban communities where stormwater and the need for green infrastructure has to be part of the solution. It may not be the most cost effective, but by putting this as an available tool and strategy, we're recognizing that this reduction in stormwater pollution still has to be on the forefront of the conversation. And it will benefit more suburban and rural areas, in addition to the 35% set aside that will go to the ag communities.
Thank you.
Back to 10.
If we can wrap it up.
Okay, real quickly. And obviously, so besides just looking at the rural areas, this will help local governments achieve the local TMDL requirements, bring money for local projects that include matching funds, and further go beyond the water quality and address community-based co-benefits. So thank you, Senator, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Favorable report.
We've just heard from a former senator and former delegate, although once a senator, always a senator. Next, we're going to hear from former head of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation for Maryland, and now back as Executive Director of the League of Conservation Voters, where she's doing a terrific job. Final witness of the day, Ms. Kim Coble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that the best thing to do in a testimony is to follow a chairman, an ex-chairman, and an ex-delegate, because I don't have a whole lot more to add. They did a great job summarizing the bill. Maryland League of Conservation Voters wants to thank the commission for a fabulous process and having us be part of the work group. We, along with Blue Water Baltimore and the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, have submitted written comments. So I will leave the details of our comments to be read. If you have questions, you can reach out to us. My final point is that as we look at reaching the critical point on bay cleanup, there's two things we need to do. One is that we have got to target actions, right? We have to start to really look at polluted runoff. And the other thing is that we have to use our resources wisely and effectively. That is exactly what this bill does. It helps us use these funds wisely and effectively to target agricultural and stormwater runoff. And it's a great bill, and we urge your support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And with that, we'll take any questions. I see Senator Ellis has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And when I say that, I'm talking to three, Chairman Pinsky, Chairman Guzzo, and Chairman Middleton, my former colleague, my predecessor. Good to see you. So I have, I'm listening. I listen intently, Chairman Guzzo, and it's hard for me to toggle between researching what you're talking about and listen carefully. So I put the challenge on folks to define some terminologies you use, right? So a couple terms you dropped, and that's my first question. WPI or WHIP, I think. What is that?
The WIP is the Watershed Improvement Plan.
Watershed Improvement Plan.
Implementation plan.
Implementation.
TMDL.
TMDL.
Total maximum daily load, which is essentially the result of a lot of lawsuits and discussions over the course of time. And TMDL simply means how much total maximum daily load, how much junk, the bad stuff, can be in the bay and still be a healthy bay, essentially.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And I think last term you did BRF. Is that
a restoration fund? That's where we're using the money from to do the cleanup.
Okay. Yeah, and I know what the last one is, MD. I think that was the Maryland Department of Environment, right?
Right.
Okay, great. Yeah, coming from the Air Force world, we have all these acronyms and different worlds I've been, and so sometimes it's just kind of mashing my brain. Thank you so much for that explanation. What I'm concerned about, I have a second follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Okay, thank you. What I'm concerned about is the involvement of minority communities in the environmental community. We've had, since I've been on this committee, field trips, Eastern Shore, and there's a lack of diversity. There's zero African Americans, zero Latinos, zero Asian Americans in a lot of these meetings. And I say, how could we get buy-in from the entire state on our environmental solutions when we are doing nothing to diversify this very important community at the governmental level, at the NGO, non-governmental organizational level, and I don't see any effort to do that. And so I'm really concerned about that. I'm also concerned about, this is my third session, and all these environmental bills and stuff, nothing is mentioned about like the Potomac River and all its tributaries. Now, being a representative of Charles County, I am, right there along the Potomac River, a lot of tributaries, Mattawoman Creek, Najavoy Creek, and I think we can be also part of the solution because the Potomac River flows into the bay. it's a little below, you know, the major mass of the Chesapeake Bay, which is up usually into Maryland, stuff like that. But, you know, what goes downstream actually with tides drift upstream also. So I'm just kind of those two areas, the diversity and how can we increase and bring into the discussion, you know, the Potomac River and all those tributaries.
So very quickly on the diversity issue, I don't know if you heard, we were talking about it. In terms of the Bay Restoration Fund's Advisory Committee, we're adding an individual from the community that will represent environmental justice. That's one. But two, and the bigger portion of this bill that is much more significant is the fact that we are actually setting aside 20% for projects in communities that will improve environmental justice. And that that's actually interesting in the context of what we're trying to do here from a cost-effective nature. In other words, we're saying, even though that we've really got to focus on cost effectiveness, if it comes down to a point where we have to do some work, we need to do some work for environmental justice. So even if that's not the most cost effective, we think that that's important that we do that, at least 20% in this bill, even though that's not the main focus of trying to get this done. So my point is, I completely share your concerns. I think the commission does, and I think it is reflected in this legislation.
Okay, we look forward to following up. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ellis and Chairman Gazzoni. Senator Simon Ayer has a question.
Thank you for your presentation. I thought you did a great job on that. Some of us, actually, most of our district is surrounded by water, which is mine, and we have Eastern Shore and all that. So again, I commend you on your work. One suggestion I would have, I know Delegate Lafferty mentioned about the diversity on the commission. I think Maryland is the only state in the commission that has all Democrats and not a bipartisan representation. I brought this up to Senate President Miller and to Senate President Ferguson. We don't have any Eastern Shore representation on there. So hopefully going forward, we can be like the other states and have at least one representative from the Republican Party on there, because we love the Bay. We want to help it see it get better too. But that being said, I really appreciate all the work you're doing.
And I assume that's isn't that so? And I think the appointments are in the mail. Other questions? Other questions? Senator Ellis, do you have another question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it goes back to my first question. I know there were multiple parts to it, and so I apologize. But it's the Potomac River.
Yeah,
Yes,
can I ask Ms. Coble to jump in on this one, because she has such an expertise on all the tributaries, having served in the positions that she's been in.
Thank you.
Sure. And I put out front, Senator Ellis, that myself and I know Ann Swanson, head of the commission, would be happy to sit down and go into much more depth on these questions that you have. But the Chesapeake Bay is 200 miles long, and the Potomac is basically in the middle of it. It's a huge, one of the major tributaries feeding it. So you're absolutely correct. Any pollution that flows into the Mattawoman, which flows into the Potomac, ends up in the Bay. The programs that are being presented in this bill would affect the runoff that feeds the Potomac. So it really doesn't matter where geographically you're located in Maryland. It would be, this bill would be equitably applied and would impact all pollution in the Bay. So I guess my bottom line is the Potomac is not being short shrifted in this way at all. In fact, it is a major tributary that does deserve and receives a fair amount of attention in the cleanup plan.
Great. Okay, that concludes the hearing on Chairman Gazzone's Chesapeake bill. Committee, let me remind you, we have to rejoin after session tomorrow to take a vote on one bill, the HBCU bill. It should be online if you haven't seen it. I think we had one or two people go up for that hearing, or not go up, but join a virtual briefing on that bill. So after session, either 20 or 30 minutes afterwards, we'll meet very briefly in the committee room with plexiglass and masks. That being said, thank you, all the witnesses. Thank you, Chairman. We had 2 sessions today, a morning session and an afternoon session. So thank you all for your patience, your endurance, and that'll bring to a close. So we are